Take two. So, how's it going, creeps? Welcome back to Cinema Creep. Cinema Creep is a place where we discuss all things vile, disgusting, and downright terrifying in the world of horror cinema. If you're new here, my name is Drucifer, and again, right now, you are watching the Friday Night Creepshow. So, this is where we watch a different horror film every Friday night, or should I say, almost every Friday night. We've missed the last couple. You know, Sorry, my fault, just bad planning. Had a lot of life stuff going on, but we're back. And I'm going to make the commitment. No more missed Friday nights unless something major comes up. So you guys hold me to that. So, yeah, other than that, stoked. Frank is out there. Nick is out there.
Hail to the king, baby.
I'm glad you guys are here with me on this Friday. So we got a fun one tonight. We are going to be watching the movie Nightmare Castle from 1965. So talked a little bit to Nick already. Nick says he has not seen it before. Frank or anybody else in chat, I don't know if you guys have seen this. I have not seen it. Beyond stoked for it. It has Barbara Still in it, but we'll get to that and all the details in a few minutes on the IMDb page. So first and foremost, how the heck are you guys doing? Nick is doing well. Nick is also cold over there in Vegas. It's pretty cold here in North Carolina. Not stoked on this cold weather. I know I talk about it a lot on streams. Just I'm over it. I'm over it this year. And in the coming days, it's going to be, I think, 15, 13, and then maybe 9 degrees one night. So not really excited for that at all. So, for the eagle eyes in chat, let's see if you guys can figure out the movie that's playing back here tonight. Let me turn this volume down. I feel like this is an easy one. Again, if you're new here, Frank is, I think, the reigning champion of figuring out what movie this is. So, I am not shock-proof. I would like to think that I'm shock-proof, but I'm not. I was extremely shocked with how bad the movie Stream was. So things still shock me to this day and age. Not to mention getting electrocuted in my electrician days. Definitely not shock-proof. That reminds me. Still to this day as an adult, the game Operation frightens the hell out of me. And even though I know it's not really a shock, it's just kind of like a buzzer and a noise, but I swear you would get shocked by that thing as a kid. Or am I making that up? Do you guys remember like actually being shocked by that, or is that just like one of those memories that I have to where I'm like over dramatizing playing the game? I feel like the first editions were shocking people. Like the ones we had as kids in like the early 90s were shocking the shit out of kids. There was like diabolical Milton Bradley worker putting electrical components in the boards to shock children. Anyways, Jet, what's up? Glad that you made it.
Hail to the king, baby.
Haven't seen you in about 3 weeks since the last Friday Night Creepshow. We've been lost without it. But we're back. And you're right. Barbara Still, Queen of Horror. Barbara Still is excellent. She is in this movie. Like I said, we'll get to those details here in just a minute. Jet, why were you potentially gonna go to the hospital? Everything good? You had operation when you were a kid too, Nick? Yeah, I feel like it shocked me. Either that or, like I said, I'm just over dramatizing my time spent with the game. Either way, like I said, I have been shocked a lot, Frank. So before we get into IMDb, has anybody seen, watched, heard of any good movies, TV shows over the past week since we streamed last Tuesday? Jet, it's been a little bit for us. Have you seen anything over the last couple weeks? Damn. You're good too, Nick. Holy crap. Yep, Halloween 2, which to me is the best Halloween movie. John Carpenter's Halloween 2. To me, that's the best one. So for me, I have been watching the new Dexter series. I think I'm on episode 6 or 7, and I gotta say, I'm not stoked on it at all. It's pretty bad. It takes place before the Dexter original series, and it's like they tried to find people that looked nothing like the cast of the original Dexter show, because they're supposed to be playing those cast members but younger. And I know that's a hard feat to do is when you're trying to do that, but it's like they couldn't have missed the mark by a greater amount. So I've been watching that. What else is out there that I've seen? Really that's it. I've been watching and spending a lot of time watching YouTube over the past week. I'm not proud of it, but here we are. Been doing that. So Jet watched Black Christmas and the remake and somehow hates the remake so much more now. Yeah, so the remake to Black Christmas, both remakes, the one from, oh man, when was it? Was it 2020? 2022? And then there was one from like the earlier part of 2000s. They both were pretty crap. Yeah, so we're hoping that Frank, we're hoping that Nick is shockproof, or else we're all screwed. If we're all not shockproof, we're done for. We're cooked. Cooked, chat. Cooked. Yeah, so other than that, life has been busy. Somehow during the winter months, when there's nothing to do, nobody wants to go outside, life gets extremely busy doing absolutely nothing for me, if that makes sense. There's a lot of tasks that I've got to get done that really kind of are just around the house, or my car decided it was going to crap out on me during the week. So, well, not really crap out on me, but it's got to go in the shop. So dealing with that. But yeah, life stuff is kicking my ass right now. Am I lagging out? Could potentially be your internet. I don't know. I think with the bad weather that I got right now, could be my internet, right? Anytime a tree brushes up against a power line in my city, it shuts my internet down. Actually, I think my stream went off Tuesday because of the bad weather. Jason Lives, say it time and time again, 1000% my favorite all-time Friday the 13th movie. The beginning, yeah, when they dig him up, and then all the little stupid jokes and innuendos throughout the movie is great. I also like the shitty product placement, when the woman dies face down in the puddle and you see the little American Express card kind of floating away. Love that stuff. So yeah, so I didn't watch anything. Didn't watch any movies, unfortunately, other than, maybe stuff like this that's on in the background. I didn't sit down, didn't watch anything new, just Dexter. And, the movie of me, being sad about my car. Yeah, one of the all-time great cemetery scenes. So I just want you to know, Frank, when I picked tonight's movie, I thought of you because, you're just like me, and I imagine the rest of the creeps here. But I know you call it out. Castles, fog, lightning. Now, this movie's called Nightmare Castle, So without having ever seen this movie, if there's not a freaking castle in this movie, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to write somebody. So the only Friday the 13th movies I do not like are Jason X, right? Jason Goes to Space, minus the liquid nitrogen head smash scene. I also do not like Jason Goes to Hell. And to be completely honest, I halfway dislike the remake, Friday the 13th from 2009, I think it was. That one's pretty shit too. But other than that, I like them all. I think Friday the 13th has one of the strongest horror franchises, even though it's the same shit over and over again. And I think that's partly why it's so strong is because they're not constantly trying to reinvent the wheel, how Halloween's trying to do. You know, Halloween is constantly trying to come up with new shit, which is great. But, you know, people don't care about any of that. They just want to see Michael Myers, right? And I guess Laurie Strode, but half the time you don't even need her. You just need Michael Myers. You know, doing the same shit in Haddonfield over and over is just as fun. You know, and that was kind of like, again, why I think Nightmare had such a good franchise was because it was just literally, you know, Freddy Krueger doing the same shit over and over again. Now, the bad part about Nightmare on Elm Street was that it kind of slipped away from Freddy ever being kind of scary to him being 1000% a cornball, you know. I do not like the remake of Friday the 13th, Frank, because I think the story is kind of shitty. I don't like the whole story of the guy going there to find his sister. I mean, it's realistic and it makes sense. But I don't like any of the characters. You know, I like the guy who plays Jason Voorhees. I can't remember his name. He does a good Jason, but I don't like any of the actual characters. So therefore, as I always say, it lowers the stakes. I don't care if they die, and I also just it doesn't have the same sort of what is the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say coziness. It doesn't have the same charm, right? As like a Friday the 13th movie should. It's just over polished, over commercialized, right? And it was a victim for the time period that it was made in, right? Because it has that early, you know, that 2005, maybe even like 2003 to like 2012 horror movie look to it. You know, the director that did the Texas Chainsaw remake, right? He did the Friday the 13th remake, and you guys know I absolutely love the Chainsaw remake. But I hate, well, I don't hate, I halfway hate, I dislike the Friday the 13th remake. So, yes, Frank, Derek Mears. The Psycho remake. I think we may have talked about this. I don't think that I've. Are you talking about the one where it was like the shot for shot remake? Because you had Psycho 1, you had Psycho 2, and then who was it that did the Psycho remake? It was shit. I can't think of who it is now off the top of my head, and I know this. It was like, oh, man, who did it? Let's see. It's the one with Vince Vaughn, Anne Heche, Gus Van Sant. That's who it was. Yeah, so Gus Van Sant is the one that did it right here. I did not like this one. This one was goofy. It was like just a straight shot, four shot remake. And, you know, granted, it would be hard to tell this story different and tell it good. But Bates Motel is a pretty good series, right? Chat, did y'all enjoy Bates Motel, the series? And it kind of retold this. We're just not the hugest fan of this. You know, Vince Vaughn is not, you know, a Norman Bates to me. Julia Moore's in this, William H. Macy. This had a lot of people in it. A lot A lot of famous people. I haven't seen this one in forever, but I have seen it a handful of times, and I know that it's just not my favorite. Again, I think it was a testament to the time it was made. This was right there at the turn of the century, 1998. So it had that same, kind of feel. And the feel that I'm talking about is, imagine Creed, right? Creed being the soundtrack for this, because they were the soundtrack for a lot of horror movies during the early 2000s, And if Creed was the soundtrack on your movie, it was gonna be a blockbuster hit. And this kind of had that Creed feel all over it. To me, right? To each their own. If you guys like it, gnarly. To me, not a fan. Yeah, Bates Motel was pretty great. Halloween in Space. Could you imagine? Halloween in freaking space. That would have been hilarious. And I'm surprised we didn't get that, to be honest with you. It seems like something that would have happened. Let me see if I can find something here. And the reason I want to do this is because we did it prior to today, but I want to check something out real quick, because you guys know that we lost another good one this past week. We lost Mr. David Lynch. So I want to play a little memorial video to him real quick. Let me find the right one. We can either do the IMDb one, or we can do we'll do this one. This one is 6 minutes and 30 seconds long. All right, let's watch this David Lynch memorial video. Just to honor the late, great David Lynch. And then we'll move on with the stream, and we'll check out the IMDb page for Nightmare Castle. Freddy in Space would have been the one that would have made the most sense, to be honest with you. All right. All right, well, enjoy this.
David Lynch, the iconic filmmaker, has passed away at the age of 78, just days shy of his 79th birthday. His family shared the devastating news on social media Thursday, stating, "There's a big hole in the world now that he's no longer with us. But, as he would say, keep your eye on the donut and not on the hole. It's a beautiful day with golden sunshine and blue skies all the way." Lynch revealed last summer that he had been battling emphysema since 2020, a chronic lung disease caused by decades of smoking. True to his nature, he faced the illness with candor and resilience, saying, "I have to say that I enjoyed smoking very much, but there is a price to pay for this enjoyment, and the price for me is emphysema." He was housebound and unable to direct any projects in person. But despite his declining health, Lynch insisted, "I will never retire," reflecting the unyielding passion that defined his life and work.
You just stay alert, do your work, don't worry about the world going by, and don't take no for an answer.
Social media has been flooded with heartfelt tributes from colleagues and fans mourning David Lynch's genius and influence. Steven Spielberg honored Lynch, calling him a singular visionary dreamer. The world is going to miss such an original and unique voice. His films have already stood the test of time, and they always will. Kyle MacLachlan, who starred in several of Lynch's projects, shared on Instagram, "He clearly saw something in me that even I didn't recognize. I owe my entire career, and really my life, to his vision. While the world has lost a remarkable artist, I've lost a dear friend who imagined a future for me and allowed me to travel in worlds I could never have conceived on my own." Naomi Watts, who starred in Mulholland Drive and the Twin Peaks reboot, expressed similar experience in her tribute.
"He put me on the map. It wasn't just his art that impacted me. His wisdom, humor, and love gave me a special sense of belief in myself I'd never accessed before."
Lara Flynn Boyle, who played Donna in Twin Peaks, shared,
"There goes the true Willy Wonka of filmmaking. I feel like I got the golden ticket getting a chance to work with him. He will be greatly missed."
Nicolas Cage, who starred in Wild at Heart, told journalists,
Frank, if you've
"He
never
was
watched
brave, brilliant,
the
and a
Twin
maverick
Peaks
with a joyful sense of humor.
original series,
I never had more fun on a film set
you need to watch
than
that.
working with David Lynch.
Wonderfully
he will always be solid
weird.
gold." Billy Corgan of Smashing Pumpkins, who contributed to the Lost Highway soundtrack, shared on Instagram, "Working with him was like a dream out of one of his movies, and I treasure the times I got to speak with him and hear firsthand his vision for a film." Director Ron Howard praised Lynch's fearlessness, while actress Lee Grant described him as a one-of-a-kind artist. Meanwhile, The Roots drummer Questlove took to Threads to reflect on Lynch's creative and personal impact. Lynch was the first human creative to stress the importance of not overworking, taking time to breathe and meditate, and exploring creative avenues outside my comfort zone. Director Judd Apatow also paid tribute on Instagram, writing, "His work was magnificent. It stays with you forever. His efforts to spread transcendental meditation through his foundation changed the lives of countless people, including mine. His book about creativity, Catching the Big Fish, is a game changer. He was a true gift to us all." Born on January 20th, 1946 in Missoula, Montana, Lynch's journey began not in film, but in visual arts. His early love for painting eventually led him to filmmaking during his time at the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts.
Eraserhead's weird.
Eraserhead, 1977.
There it is.
Set the tone for his career.
Yeah, it's his
Haunting,
first short
surreal,
film.
and wholly
Or first
original.
film.
Over the years, he redefined cinema, creating unforgettable works like Blue
It's good
Velvet,
for his time.
Dune, The Elephant Man, and Mulholland Drive. His TV series Twin Peaks became a cultural phenomenon, earning Lynch widespread acclaim and securing his place as a pioneer of modern television. The show's first season received 14 Emmy nominations. Lynch himself was a 4-time Academy Award nominee. In 1990, he won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival for Wild at Heart. Other accolades included a Golden Lion at the Venice Film Festival in 2006 for Inland Empire, a Special Independent Spirit Award in 2007, and an Honorary Academy Award in 2019 for Lifetime Achievement.
Congratulations to the other honorees tonight, and everyone have a great night. You have a very interesting face. Good night.
Beyond filmmaking, Lynch was a true Renaissance man, an accomplished painter, musician, and photographer. His unique comic strip, The Angriest Dog in the World, ran for 8 years. Despite his avant-garde sensibilities, Lynch had a humorous, grounded side. His daily weather reports, delivered with his trademark deadpan style, became beloved staples on social media.
And there's a chance for blue skies and golden sunshine all along the last of the way. Everyone, have a great day.
He also founded the David Lynch Graduate School of Cinematic Arts, championing a new generation of filmmakers. Happiness is not a new car. It's the doing of the work. If you like the doing, the result will be a joy. His personal life was as colorful as his art. He was married 4 times and had 4 children. Daughter Jennifer with his first wife, Peggy Reevy. Son Austin with his second wife, Mary Fisk. Son Riley with his third wife, Mary Sweeney. Daughter Lula with his 4th wife, Emily Stoffel. Despite his fame,
a lot of
Lynch
wives.
cherished his privacy, often retreating to his art studio. He wasn't just about storytelling. He was about evoking feelings and inviting audiences to dive into the unknown. As he once said, "The ideas dictate everything. You have to be true to that, or you're dead." The world may feel emptier without David Lynch. Rest in peace to the man who dared us all to see the beauty in the strange and the extraordinary in the everyday.
All right, that sucks. Rest in peace, David Lynch. One of the most weird, eccentric, and creative directors out there. You know, he didn't really make just horror, but he made movies and sets and stories that were unsettling and weird and were sort of just right outside the realm of horror, right? So Frank, you asked, what is my favorite? It's got to be Twin Peaks, right? That's a show. It's a series. But I highly recommend you go watch that if you're just trying to dig into something. Now, you got to take it with a grain of salt because, it is quintessential 90s. Like it feels very 90s. I want to say that the story is great, right? And the characters are great, but you have to you've got to leave all like judgment, outside of your view while you're watching it, right? Don't nitpick the cinematography too much. Don't nitpick the look of the show too much. Just sit down and watch the story. So with that, I would say Mulholland Drive, right? Now, this is a movie that I'm vaguely familiar with. Saw it a long time ago, but this is one of his all-time greats. This is one of those movies that everybody talks about, right? So I would like to rewatch that and see how I feel about it. I think also Jet was talking about Lost Highway and Eraserhead. Frank, you mentioned Eraserhead. Eraserhead was his first movie, his first piece of work, and it's weird. Like, there's really no other way to say it other than it's just weird. I would watch it. That one is more kind of on the side of horror and strange than most of his other stuff, but I would check it out. I think it's on YouTube for free, maybe. Maybe if we have time later, we'll watch it. So, Jet, that's an interesting point. So I will say that it is a lot easier, right, to go all in on something if all you have to worry about is yourself and the art, right? Now, not necessarily marriage. Marriage could be one of those things. It could also be having to work a full-time job and not being able to make a living off your art. It could also be, having kids. It could be being poor and constantly having to worry about, like, how are you going to pay your bills, right? Like, it is hard to be an artist. Some would argue it's easier to be an artist and a creative than ever before, and that is partially right. But it is also never been easy to be an artist, right? It's easier now than ever before because of social media, because of things like this, right? Being able to live stream and have people tune in from all parts of the world, but it's also still hard, right? Now, if you're able to dedicate all your time, you're able to dedicate all of your attention because you don't have anything else going on except for you and the canvas, whatever that canvas may be, then you can churn out some amazing work if you can afford to fail and you can afford to reattempt time and time again, or if you're a Nepo baby like Osgood Perkins, who should have made a better movie than Longlegs. I'm just saying. Still sour about that. Anyhow, when you're raised up with rich parents or parents that are in show business, money can't buy taste, money can't buy artistic talent, but it does allow you to fail and fail often and get better through failure. Anyhow, off my soapbox. So, yeah, he definitely did have 21 wives. So what's everybody snacking on out there tonight in the Cinema Creep chat? Lemon heads. That's what I got. Lemon heads and coffee. And I just want to give a shout out to Nick. Nick, I saw that you picked up another coffee mug.
Hail to the king, baby.
Is that number 8? Number 9? How many is that? I think it's time for me to go ahead and send you one. I'm going to make you something. I'm going to make you a coffee mug and send you one. A 1 of 1 coffee mug for Nick. He has an entire cupboard full. Unless he's giving them away. But you got an entire cupboard full. You've bought an entire cupboard full. And I told him once he gets to his 9th one, then I'm going to make a 1 of 1 for him and send it. So, 20, you're insane. But I love you for it. I'm going to, yeah, that's insane. That is insane. Cinema Creep, sponsored by Mr. Nicholas Woodall. I'm going to just have like a disclaimer at the beginning of every stream. Just going to run an ad. It's just going to be a sponsorship from Nick. But yeah, so I will go ahead and I'll start digging into my creativeness and seeing what I can come up with for your 10th, your 1 of 1 that I'm going to send you for free. So definitely shout out to you for that. Anyhow, let's go ahead and let's check out the IMDb page for Nightmare Castle, and let's talk a little bit about it. So here we go. Creeps. It is an Italian film. This is the original title here, if anybody wants to give it a shot. Amante de Ultratomba. Trotomba? I don't know. From 1965. It is 1 hour and 30 minutes long. This is in the public domain, says Google. Right? So you guys know how that goes. So if for some reason we get shut down, just hang out and I will come back to chat and we will play something else. You're right, Jet. There is intense competition, but I believe that the cream rises to the top. Now, my biggest thing here, let me talk for just a second. My biggest thing here is if I could get eyes here on this channel, I think people would hang out. I think we got a good thing going. You know, I think the vibe is right. I think we have good conversations. I think the videos are good. I think we have a good time. So if I could get eyes here, I think the channel would grow. The streams would grow. But the problem is just getting people here because there is so much other stuff. All right, so the synopsis here for Nightmare Castle is: a woman and her lover are tortured and killed by her sadistic husband. The pair return from the grave to seek vengeance. Directed by Mario Caiano and Fabio Agostini is one of the writers. Stars Barbara Still, Paul Muller, and Helga Lene. I suck at these names, guys. I try my best. So Barbara Still was also in one of our favorite all-time black and white horrors. I'm talking about none other than Black Sunday. And pretty sure we watched that here on stream. And Black Sunday is probably one of my favorite classic horror movies ever. Barbara Still, I don't think she was in 66 Things. I thought she was in less. I must be thinking of not Barbara Still, the other lady. Jeez, what was her name? The one who played in well, I can't even think of who it is now. But yeah, so Barbara Still, just said, amazing horror actress. And so there is some trivia here about this movie. We'll come through here, you know, by the end of the film. Let's look at the director. See what else they've done, because I am not familiar with them. It looks like they've done a lot of Italian stuff. So Violent Milan, Eye in the Labyrinth, Spies Strike Silently, La Polizia Risponde, La Malavita Attacca, La Polizia Risponde. Translate that. Yeah, so it looks like maybe didn't do a whole lot of horror. Maybe Eye in the Labyrinth was potentially a horror movie from 1972. I have not seen this. This is just a straight giallo slasher horror. So this could be something cool to watch. I don't know anything about this. I don't know if this is public domain. If it is, we'll watch it at some point. If not, then I guess I'll watch it off a stream some point because I like a good giallo. Peter Stormer. Let me see. I do not know that person, but I will look them up. This guy from Fargo? I know him from Fargo. Yeah. I know him from Fargo, but I don't recognize him, I guess, from anything else. Constantine, okay, he plays Satan in that. I remember him now. I never saw The Brothers Grimm. But Fargo, yeah, I know him from there, and I know him from Constantine. What else does he have going on? He's got... Yeah, this guy's he's decent. He was good in Fargo. He was good as Satan and Constantine. Yeah, he's one of those, Frank. You don't know him till you see him, and now that I see him, I recognize him. I could not have told you his name for $1 million. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll come back. We'll play around on IMDb in a bit. Let's go ahead and let's crank this movie up. This guy should play the main character in a movie. He has a main character face, and most importantly, main character acting ability. He's also in Prison Break. See, I know about Prison Break, but I never sat and watched it through. And I know I should, right? But, there's just so much shit. He was in John Wick Chapter 2. Oh, he's in all kinds of stuff. Played Dr. Hill's voice in Until Dawn, the video game. Wow, he's in a lot of stuff. He did a voice in Elder Scrolls. Wow, he's in a lot of stuff. Like popular stuff. Yeah, I don't know how he hasn't played a main character. Yeah, there's Prison Break there. How many seasons was Prison Break? It only had 22 episodes? I felt like that show went on forever. Oh, 90 episodes. Why did it say 22? Oh, he was in 22 episodes. What the hell am I thinking? That's still a good chunk of the show. Could be probably like a season and a half. Oh, damn, Prison Break went on for 12 years. Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, that show was forever. Big Lebowski. I'm trying to think of who he is in the Big Lebowski. Yeah, it's kind of like when we were applauding David Dastmalchian, the guy who played in Late Night with the Devil, always being a side character and finally getting his main acting role in that movie. This guy needs his. So I'm going to be voting for him too, Frank. I'm glad you pointed that out. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have had him on my radar until he pops up, in a random movie. Because there's always those people, they kind of like pop up in shows and you're like, oh, there's that guy. And before it became kind of like, I guess, meme-worthy, or kind of like we all kind of knew about Danny Trejo. Danny Trejo was that guy, right? Or there's that other Hispanic dude who always plays Hector in all the movies. I can't remember his name. but he plays like a dude named Hector in all the movies. Yeah, he's another one of those that just like pops up, and he's like an incredible actor, but he's always just like, you know, thug number one or something like that. Anyhow, let's go ahead. Let's get Nightmare Castle going and see what we think of this one. All right, here we go. Get your snacks. Get your vomit bags ready.
At this rate, you'll destroy all the frogs in the entire county, my dear.
I asked you before not to come down to my laboratory while I'm busy with my experiments.
Oh. If these animals could speak, they'd have something to say about your tastes.
This always happens when you permit yourself to overindulge in your brandy. You are trying to provoke me, but this is not the moment, dear.
You're leaving for the Edinburgh Congress with a lot of fanatical good-for-nothings like yourself, I suppose.
Don't you ever dare to speak to me like that, Muriel.
Oh, Stephen, you mustn't mind if I care about your going away so frequently. After all, I'm your wife. And I'd like to spend the night with you.
Oh, YouTube is about to shut me down. It's only been 2 minutes.
So you saw everything. You even enjoyed it, I presume, didn't you?
Maybe it was the music.
I am too old for that sort of thing, Baroness. I only wanted to ask the doctor his orders regarding the luggage. It's so late, and it's a long journey.
We'll see what happens.
I'm coming now.
It's time to go.
Already? A storm is threatening this evening. I shall be worried about you. When will you be back?
I intend to stay only a couple of days in Edinburgh. You know, I can't bear to be without you very long.
Bon voyage, Stephen.
Sleep well, Muriel.
Yes, I'll go to bed straight away. I'll do my best to dream about you.
Why is he so nervous?
He's been left in the stable too long. The drive will do him good.
Keep your eyes open, David. I entrust my wife's safety to you.
Those new plants that just arrived today, sir, shall I leave them outside?
Put them in the greenhouse, but look after them. They need a lot of water.
I'll see to it, sir. Have a good journey.
Calm down, Frank.
At last. I thought he would never go, that devil.
Oh, poor Stephen. You know I don't like you to talk about him that way.
YouTube is shutting us down.
Do you still love him?
You gotta be kidding me.
A fool of me.
It's you I love.
Oh, come on.
I'm going to rid you of your vulgar ways and replace them with others much more subtle and refined.
I don't understand you.
It doesn't matter.
All right. Damn it, YouTube. All right, so YouTube shut the stream down on a movie that's supposedly public domain. Again, so once chat comes back online, we're gonna figure out whether we want to just run it on Twitch or if we want to pick something else. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it in chat. All right, YouTube, come on. So, waiting for YouTube to bring us back. What a pain in the ass. What a pain in the ass. All right. Are we back? Are we back? Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right. I'm over here munching on lemon heads. YouTube pisses me all the way off. Okay. All right. So, here we go. So, I don't know how many more websites that I can look at that tell me this is public domain. I don't get it. I don't get what YouTube is on, and I can't do anything about it. I can't like click and say, hey, it's not copyrighted content or anything. They just shut me down, and then it won't come back on until I turn whatever it is that they're blocking off. So I have to like basically turn the movie off. So huge pain in the ass. I don't know. That's the only problem with these Friday Night Creep shows, is trying to find movies that we can play. You know, if I could just play anything, this would be so much easier. So let's get back to it. Let's see what we can find. That is a movie probably worth watching, though. So I am going to finish it at some point. All right, so we tried watching Spider Baby one night. That shut us down, even though that's in the public domain. I wonder if... hang on one second. Driller Killer we tried watching one night, and it shut us down, even though that's supposedly public domain. I wish YouTube had a search form, so I could just search to see if it's in their opinion in the public domain or not, right? So like I could find it on Google, and Google would say, hey, it's in public domain, and then I could like enter it into YouTube, and YouTube would be like, nope. That way I would know just straight off the bat not to even try to stream it. But let me look at this one. Invisible Ghost with Bella Lugosi. Let me see. This says this is in the public domain also. But is it actually? All right, so Invisible Ghost, 1941. Let's look it up. Okay, Invisible Ghost, 1941, Bela Lugosi. The town's leading citizen becomes a homicidal maniac after his wife deserts him. Directed by Joseph H. Lewis, writers Helen Martin and Al Martin. So we could try this one. See if we run this, what'll happen. And hope that the YouTube gods are on our side. So let me get this one going. All right, so this looks like it's going to have a gnarly title card. See if this is a good copy of it. Okay, all right. I feel like this is not going to be as it says on Google, but let's give it a shot. It's from 1941. Thanks for hanging out, chat, even through all the troubleshooting and the problems.
Check out the newest strength equipment at Planet Fitness. Join the club
Really?
today. Save $28.
Good evening, Evans. Evening, sir. Dinner is served, Mr. Kessler. Thank you. Good evening, my dear. You're more beautiful than ever this evening. Mrs. Kessler first, Evans. Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
How's Dad taking it?
All right, Miss Virginia. They're having dinner.
I'll answer it.
Hello, Virginia.
I told you not to come here this evening, Ralph.
Why? Didn't you want to see me?
Well, it isn't that I didn't want to see you.
You're certainly acting strange, darling. What's all the mystery about?
Let's go into the library. You see, Ralph, what? Oh, Ralph!
After dinner, we are taking a long walk.
I'd like to speak to you, Ralph.
What's come over your father, Virginia? Is that why you didn't want me here tonight?
Yes.
It stopped me cold. I'm sorry if I accidentally stumbled on something you didn't want me to know.
Well, it must seem weird to someone who's never seen it before. It happens once a year.
You always appeared perfectly rational to me.
Well, there's something I must tell you. It's about my mother.
I don't understand.
Well, it happened several years ago. My father and mother were apparently as happy as two people could be. He worshipped her.
Another man?
The usual best friend. It almost broke my father's heart. He seems reconciled, but he never forgets their wedding anniversary and celebrates it that way.
Guess he isn't the only one who resorts to make-believe, but it does give one an uncanny feeling.
Well, it doesn't frighten me anymore. Now that you know.
I love you.
You wanted your coat, Miss Kessler? Oh, yes, thank you. I was going to take a drive. It's such a beautiful night. Come along?
Yes, of course.
Sure you don't mind going?
No, I'd love it.
We'll be back in an hour, Cecile. Yes, miss.
That's a nice young man of Miss Virginia's.
I guess so. If he wasn't, Miss Virginia wouldn't bother with him.
Does she plan to marry him?
I never discuss things that aren't my business. If you want to stay here, I suggest you don't be so curious.
Well, just the same, I think this is a crazy house. And what about those murders? Jules here says there's been a lot of them. And nobody's ever been able to find out who did the killings.
You talk too much, Jules.
But I only said that...
Excuse me, Mr. Seal. Come, I'll show you where we keep our linens.
Kessler? Oh, Mrs. Kessler, I brought you your dinner. Oh, please, Mrs. Kessler, I gotta go home.
Home? I want to go home, too.
Oh, but you are home. And as soon as you feel better, I'm going to take you to your husband and daughter.
But they never write to me.
Oh, but they don't know where you are, Mrs. Kessler. Nobody knows that but me. You see, I found
I'm
you.
running away. We're running away in a car. We're going faster, faster, faster. We're gonna crash. We're gonna crash. I can't go home now. Can I?
Mrs. Kessler, please. Please eat your dinner. I've got to go home. I'll be back in the morning. Good night, Mrs. Kessler. Good night.
You're late again, Jules.
I'm sorry, Mama. But I just couldn't get away from her.
Jules, why don't you tell Mr. Kessler about his wife, that you're hiding her?
Oh, I haven't got the heart, Mama. It would kill him if he saw her the way she is.
Poor thing. She'd be better off if she died with that man when that car was wrecked.
I guess so.
Jules, I've been thinking, maybe she had something to do with all these horrible murders.
Oh, she wouldn't hurt nobody. She's like a child. She's still dazed from the accident, you know, amnesia. But she'll be better soon. Then I'll take her home. But if they found out I've been hiding her, they might think I had something to do with the murder.
Jules, you must tell Mr. Kessler.
Oh, no, Mama. We must never tell anyone. Never.
Sure you won't come in?
No, thanks, darling. I think I better run along.
Good night, Ralph.
Oh, Virginia, shall I put your car away?
No, thanks. Evans will take care of it.
All right. Night.
Good evening, Miss Virginia.
Will you please put my car in the garage when you have a moment?
Yes, miss.
Hello, Casanova.
Have you gone crazy?
The only chance I had to see you. You ignored my letters and my telephone calls. Did you think that you could get rid of me as easy as all that?
Be quiet. They'll hear you.
You bet they will. And you're going to listen to me, too. I'm not giving up to that Kessler girl or anybody else.
This is different, Cecile. I never said I loved you.
Are you in love with her?
Yes.
Well, you're not marrying her, understand?
Nothing's going to stand in the way of my happiness. Not even you.
Don't threaten me. She'll have to know about us sooner or later. And besides, I'll make you a good wife, Ralph. I promise I will.
It's back? At Denny's, the 2468 value menu is back.
Guess what?
What?
I'm in love.
Ralph?
Yes, Dad?
He's a fine boy. I am so happy for you, my dear.
Oh, he hasn't asked me to marry him yet, but he will. I know he will. Good night, my pet.
Well, that's sweet.
Good night, Evans.
Good night, Miss Virginia. Can I do anything for you, sir, before I retire? What happened to your hand, Evans? Oh, nothing, sir. I hurt it when I was putting Miss Virginia's car in the garage. Put anything on it? Oh, the bandage. Oh, you mean cat an infection. How's that? Just like new, sir. I guess I'll eat for a while. Good night, Evans.
Good night, sir. Oh, yes, Evans. Thank you for the dinner. Yes, sir.
I'm afraid to come home. You'd kill me. You'd kill anybody.
This is how I walk around my house at night trying to freak my cats out. Just like Bela Lugosi right here. I intentionally lock eyes with them, make my eyes get real big.
As a parent, TSA PreCheck is a huge relief because of all
and
the
then
stuff
walk real slow towards
snacks, entertainment for them. You just have to take all of that with you.
them. I think
when
it
you're
creeps me
traveling
out. I
with
think it
kids.
creeps me
That's
out
why
more
we
than it
got
creeps
TSA
them out.
If you feel it.
You ever do anything that like scares you? Like you unintentionally scare yourself? Like sometimes I'll walk outside to let Simon outside to pee, and it'll be like 4 o'clock in the morning and it'll be just dead quiet in my neighborhood. And I'm like, I'm gonna walk over there to the shadiest part of the street. And you kind of get that feeling in your stomach.
Mr. Kistler.
I scare myself all the time. Frank said it's on site for bats. Here you see you swinging at the air in a cave.
Exercise number 1. Stand erect. Arms at the side. At the count of 1, close hands.
Cecile!
The fists on the chest. At the count of 2, loose arms stretched to the head. At the count of 3, lower arms sideways.
If it's exercise you want, there's plenty of it in the kitchen.
At the count of 4, lower the arms to standing position.
Cecile!
Stand straight. Arms at side. Ready. Begin. 1, up, down. 1, up, down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, up, down. 1, 2.
Mr. Kessler. Yes? Something terrible has happened. I tried to wake the new maid. I think she's dead. Dead? How did it happen? I don't know, sir. I thought she was taking her exercises.
Silverbat, what's up?
I see what I
Welcome.
can do. Yes, sir.
This is the second movie in our lineup. First one YouTube shut down.
Well, Mr. Kessler, we're up to our ears in another one. The girl was killed the same way as the chauffeur 6 months ago. The only thing we could find was this note left by some fellow who wanted to give her the air.
It's terrible, Lieutenant. She was so young.
If we could find out who killed Cecile, we have the one who committed all the other murders.
That's easier said than done. There's never been fingerprints, to say nothing of motives. What gets me, Mr. Kessler, is why you refuse to move out of this place.
Sentimental reasons.
There's nothing very sentimental about a house where anything could happen and usually does.
My mother lived here, Lieutenant.
Oh, I see. You're the gardener?
Yes, but I wasn't here. I went home early. You see, I live with my wife.
All right. And please don't try to see me. Signed Ralph.
Ralph?
You know him?
Oh, I'm certain I don't. Well, the name startled me. I'm practically engaged to a Ralph.
Did you notice anything unusual last night, Evans?
Well, maybe I better not say.
Let's have it, Evans.
When I was putting the roaster in the garage, I saw Cecile talk to Mr. Dixon. That's Miss Virginia's Ralph.
Go on.
I didn't mean to listen, but they were talking loud. Then I heard him say that he never loved her. And she said she wasn't going to let him marry anyone else. And that made him real mad. And said nothing was going to stand between him and his happiness. Not even her.
I knew Cecile a couple of years. She offered me the companionship I needed. Then I met you and fell in love for the first time.
I love you too, Ralph.
Surely you can account for your activities from the time you left our house until the next morning.
No, Mr. Kessler. I had a lot to think about.
This is The Invisible Ghost with Bela Lugosi from 1941.
It's most unfortunate.
All I know is that I didn't kill her.
There isn't any doubt about that in our minds. Don't worry, son. We do everything we possibly can.
We're only 20 minutes in.
Order. Order in the courtroom. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, I managed the apartments where Ralph Dixon lived. Miss Mannix came there often. As a matter of fact, I thought they were married.
I went home early and helped my wife with the house cleaning.
The coroner's testimony should convince you that the defendant had sufficient reason for wanting to be rid of the victim.
It's the truth. Said he would let nothing stand in the way of his happiness. Not even her.
We're doing everything we possibly can. Tomorrow we're going to see the governor. Oh, and I'm sure something can be done.
But, Governor, the man is innocent. If you would only grant a stay of execution.
If you knew him, you'd realize he couldn't possibly be a murderer.
I'm sorry. I've gone over the facts in the case, and unless you can present some new evidence, there's nothing I can do.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over.
Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Does anybody have a fucking clue about what's going on in this movie?
I see. It's all over.
My name is Dixon.
Yes. Of course.
I'd like to see Mr. Kessler.
He's in there.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, Ralph.
It can't be.
Apparently my brother never told you about me.
Come in.
I've been in South America. I flew here at once. However, I'm afraid it's too late to do any good.
So you're Ralph's brother. Oh, you about you, but I never expected such a striking resemblance.
Sorry to have startled you.
This is my daughter, Virginia.
How do you do?
Won't you join us?
Is that a real bird?
Thanks, but
or is that taxidermy?
I would like to talk to you.
Over his right shoulder.
Do I look pale?
No.
Huh? I feel pale.
The buzz, Evans. What's the matter, you deef?
Did he have a good attorney?
Oh, one of the very best. He's handled all of Dad's legal affairs for years.
Evans, Mr. Dixon will have coffee with us.
Oh, I'm Ralph Dixon's brother.
Well, you sure had me going for a minute. But you do look like poor Mr. Ralph.
Coffee.
Yes, sir.
I realize how incriminating circumstantial evidence can be, but it's never brought home to me like this before.
We did everything we possibly could. You know, the Ralph and my daughter were quite serious about each other.
Yes, he told me in his last letter.
Sit down. How long do you plan to stay in this country?
Haven't decided yet, Mr. Kessler, but I would like to find out who killed that girl.
It's something I would like to know, too. Please consider this your home while you're here. If there's anything I can do, don't hesitate.
Oh, thank you.
I see that your room is put in order.
Sure I'm not troubling you?
No, not at all. Entertain Paul till I come back.
That's a killer shot for that time back in the day. Shot from inside the fireplace.
At Planet Fitness, no two members are alike, but they all have one thing in common.
Frank, I was thinking the same thing. Those candles.
Paul!
They definitely had some length to them.
To your room.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I almost forgot. I must see Evans. Oh, about breakfast.
Oh, good night, Virginia.
Good night, Paul. Good night, Dad.
Come in. I hope you'll be comfortable. I sent for your luggage in the morning.
It's awfully nice of you, Mr. Kessler. Really, I hope
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, sir. Well, I guess I'll turn in. I haven't had much sleep the last couple of nights.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
You gotta think, Jet, 1941, not too long before this, it was just silent movies. And the camera was locked off on a tripod, and they didn't ever really move the camera much. So this had to be like an example of early cinematography where they were really just like trying new stuff. Telling you, this is how I act all the time in the middle of the night to try and freak out my cats. Just be doing the weirdest shit. You should try it, Frank. I'm not gonna lie, I'd be doing that too. I'd throw blankets on top of them when they're not looking. Yeah, my cats probably think I'm hunting, or they probably think,
listen, you want to skip this
I've got
ad.
something
I would
seriously
too.
wrong with
But what
me.
if I-
Oh, we freak the cats out all the time. See, we're big and so we're huge in my house of scaring each other. The animals are no exception, right? You scare them and then they, they freak out and their tails get all puffy. But so I like to go through the house before me and my wife go to bed, right? I'll cut all the lights out in the house and it'll be pitch black, knowing she has to walk from the kitchen back to the bedroom, and I'll just be standing in the darkness of the living room and just waiting for her to walk by and just breathe my breath on her. Or
Morning, Mr. Kessler.
I crouch down
Gardener, sir.
and I like to do weird things, jump out and scare her and stuff like that. It's a common theme. It's kind of like
Strangled. Well, here we go.
earlier,
again.
like I
How
was
long do you
saying,
work for you?
Oh, about 3
where
years.
when you're trying to do something
Anything to do
scary,
about
but you
having any
scare
enemies?
yourself.
No.
It's like, how
Were you
long can
home
I
last
stand
night?
in this
Yes,
pitch
Lieutenant.
To your
black
knowledge, did
room
anybody come in or go out of the house during the course of the
waiting
evening?
for her to
You have
pass
a house
by?
guest.
Why isn't he here?
And
I'll
then
get him.
Oh, don't trouble yourself, Mr. Kessler. Where is he?
He's upstairs in his bedroom.
Let's have a look at him, Ryan.
for some reason, every time when I was a kid, I'd play hide and go seek and I'd be hiding, I had to pee instantly. It's kind of like now, if I try and hide to scare my wife, all of a sudden I have to pee.
Good morning. You're wanted in the kitchen. In the kitchen?
The strangest thing.
Am I seeing things?
He's Ralph's brother.
Well, he's the image of him.
How did this happen?
That's what we'd like to find out.
He was strangled, Paul. Would you mind if we go into the library?
No, that's all right. Better wait here for the coroner, Ryan. Not you, Evans.
Hey, where were you on the night of January the 13th? Have you had your coffee yet?
No. Well, I guess that's that. No clues, no fingerprints, no motive, nothing.
But surely if a man was choked to death, there would be imprints on his throat.
There weren't any on the Mannix girl.
And they were killed the same way, is that right?
That doesn't prove a thing, Dixon. All the others got it, and always the same way.
The coroner's here.
Okay. We'll be right back.
What does he mean by the others?
Just that. Others have been killed here.
Why in the world do you stay in this place?
We can't leave.
Oh, Evans.
Your luggage, sir. I'll put them in your room.
What about these other murders?
I'll put your luggage in your room, sir.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Uh-huh. There'll be a change anyhow. What's bothering you?
As a rule, I'm not a very curious person, but,
I was beginning to get you, huh?
in a way, yes. What about these other murders?
Well, there's been quite a lot of them, Dixon. Some of the best brains in the department have tried to solve them. But we always run up against a stone wall.
Were the other murders brought out in my brother's trial?
That was different. That was a cut-and-dried case.
Why haven't the police closed the house?
Oh, we tried to, but Mr. Kessler took it to court. Carries a lot of weight around here. Does a lot of good, too.
You think he'd want to leave?
I guess he's waiting for his wife to come back. She left him several years ago. An awful scandal at the time. Front-page stuff and all that.
Poor devil. He didn't have a chance.
Well, I guess I'll be running along. Glad I met you, Dixon.
Good day, Lieutenant. Well, this isn't a very pleasant way to entertain a guest.
You know, Mr. Kessler, I have a feeling that somehow or other these mysterious murders are going to be cleared up, and quickly, too.
Nothing would please me more.
Oh, your wife?
Yes.
She's beautiful.
I rarely talk about her, but I think about her constantly.
She has eyes like Virginia.
Her hair, her skin, they were the loveliest I've ever seen. I hope you have the pleasure of meeting her. She'll be back someday.
Hello there.
Paul was admiring your mother's picture.
Father's a sentimentalist.
He has every right to be.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes? Just a moment, please. It's for you, Dad.
Thank you. Yes? Yes, I guess I can. Yes. Oh, in about 20 minutes, I'd say? Surely. Goodbye. I'll see you children later. Business. Sorry. That's the only information I can give you, Mr. Kirby. Have you notified his wife?
Yes, Mr. Kessler. Poor thing, she took it quite hard.
It's terrible. Awful.
I want to see the coroner.
Yes?
I'm Jules' wife. Where is it taken?
In there, Mrs. Mason.
May I have one moment alone with him? I won't ever see him again.
Well, yes, I guess so.
Thank you,
Mrs. Mason, Mrs. Mason. You'd better take her out, Mr. Kirby.
He's alive.
What?
He's alive. I saw him move.
I'll get the hospital. You'll be all right, Mrs. Mason. Steady now.
Get him out of here. He's not dead.
The doctor will be here any minute.
Jules.
Please, Mrs. Mason. Jules, listen to me. Did you recognize the man who tried to kill you? It was ghastly. I don't believe I was ever more startled in my life than when Mrs. Mason screamed.
It must have been a terrific shock to see him come back to life.
Yes, it was. Just a few moments longer, and I would have known who the assailant was.
I don't like to bring up the subject, Mr. Kessler, but these murders, did they ever happen in the daytime?
No, I don't believe so.
I see.
You evidently have some reason for asking.
Not particularly. I was just curious about that one point.
Yes, sorry dinner is late tonight, sir. But the new cook is having quite a time getting started.
That's all right.
Evan's been with you long?
Over some years.
Everything's gone wrong today. Now I burned the roast.
Oh, don't get so flustered. You'll be all right.
I was so anxious to make good. I want to stay. Oh, is that mixing spoon?
Here it is. Right in front of you.
Thanks. I like it here. It's nice. Everything's so quiet and peaceful, like.
Ever read the newspapers?
No, they're just full of trash and murders and stuff.
Mm-hmm. What you don't know, well, it's all right. Here's your pepper salt.
Thanks.
Well, Paul, I'm afraid you have me cornered.
You still have a couple of moves, Mr. Kessler.
You've met your equal, Dad.
Oh, your father just got himself into a bad position.
You're going to be a storm. It's your game, Paul.
Want to play another?
No, thank you. Not tonight. It's getting late.
Pardon me, sir.
Yes?
But may I speak to you a moment, please?
Oh, yes, certainly.
The cook wants to leave. I thought you should know.
Why? She just came.
She feels as if her work is unsatisfactory. She had so much trouble with dinner tonight.
Why, that's ridiculous. Oh, I understand. It's her first day. I'll speak to her.
I'll say good night, Mr. Kessler. Think I'll turn in. Thanks for the game.
Good night, Paul.
Good night, Dad.
Good night, Charlotte.
I'll walk up with you, Paul.
Oh, glad to have your company. It's a long, lonesome climb up those stairs all alone.
Where are you going, Marie? You can't leave us after cooking such an elegant dinner.
Did you really like it, Mr. Kessler?
Why, I never tasted anything to equal that roast beef. Besides, you can't go now. It's going to rain in a minute.
Are you sure you want me to stay?
Oh, certainly, Marie.
Well, I like it here, but I thought...
Oh, then it is settled.
Oh, wait till you taste my apple pie, Mr. Kessler.
Apple pie?
Mm-hmm.
My, that will be a treat.
Oh, let me take this. You might as well unpack your things,
Yes,
Marie.
sure. Thank you, sir.
Not at all, Marie. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Kessler. Oh, he's a wonderful man.
Now, let's see. What did I do wrong?
want my pizza rolls. These are like $100.
No, Totino's pizza rolls are 10 for about $1.
What?
It's a long time without pie. All these ads. Come on.
Mr. Kessler. Mr. Kessler, are you ill?
What?
Something wrong?
Hello, Paul. I must have walked in my sleep.
Well, you did better than I. I couldn't sleep at all.
It's raining. Why don't you go to bed, Paul? I'm all right.
Is there anything I can do?
Nothing, Paul. Thank you. I think I'll read for a while. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Kessler. Well, you look like you had a good night's sleep, Mr. Kessler.
I was so tired when I got to bed, I don't even remember climbing in.
Dad! Who would do a thing like that?
I wonder if anyone was hurt.
Nothing could have hurt my father more.
It's unquestionably the work of a madman.
You all right, Evans?
Yes, sir, Mr. Kessler. Good morning, sir.
Where is the new cook?
Says you're going shopping first thing this morning.
Have you looked in the room?
No, sir. Something wrong, Mr. Kessler? There's a valise. She didn't leave.
I'm not worried about that. When did she tell you she's going to the market?
Last night before she went to bed.
Do you think there's any connection between this and what has happened before?
I don't know.
Have you been through the rest of the house yet?
No, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Kessler.
Oh, Marie. You have no idea how happy I am to see you.
Thank you. I wonder why he was so glad to see me.
Mr. Kessler thought you had been murdered.
Oh, he's so sweet. I'm going to start to make that apple pie right. Murdered.
I can't imagine who would do a thing like that.
I'll get it.
Good morning, Miss Kessler.
Won't you come in?
Thank you.
That happened last night.
Didn't it fall?
No. Find me the person who did it and you've got your murderer.
Nobody came into this house last night. Ryan and his boys were stationed outside.
Lieutenant. Oh, Lieutenant.
wrong?
Then you didn't hear any noises during the night?
No, but there's funny things going on around here.
Meaning what?
Well, it's happened 3 times now. I put food on the sink, left the room. When I come back, it was gone.
No. You ought to hire a detective to watch it.
That's what you get for being such an excellent cook.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
You got something?
I don't know. I found this in the picture.
Anybody else know about it?
No, I wanted to speak to you first.
Okay. I'll see if I can match it. Keep the others downstairs.
Why not?
I agree.
Is this yours, Mr. Kessler?
Yes. Why?
I thought I'd seen it on you. Found it in Evans's room.
Well, there's nothing strange about that.
There wouldn't be, Mr. Kessler, but it so happens that a thread from this robe was found embedded in the picture.
Surely you're not trying to accuse Evans.
Oh, it's incredible. You're just trying to make a case.
Well, somebody's been doing these killings. Ryan didn't die of heart failure. Don't forget that.
When did you give Evans that robe, Mr. Kessler?
I don't remember giving it to him at all. But naturally, when my things need mending, he just picks them up.
I don't care how he got it. He had it, and he used it on that picture. I'm going to talk to him.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
If Evans is the man we want, it strikes me you've got to have more evidence.
Now, everybody wants to be a detective.
Oh, wait a minute. Perhaps Paul has some suggestion.
All right, go ahead. What is it?
Without doubt, the murder is insane. The picture tells us that. I believe we should call in a psychiatrist.
A psychiatrist.
You've still got the robe. But before Evans is accused, I'm definitely in favor of giving him a sanity test. What do you say, Lieutenant?
Okay. Maybe I better take one myself. All we want to know is if the fellow's crazy.
That's very easy to determine. Shall we make the examination here?
If you don't mind, Doctor. Please tell Evans I want to see him and then go up to your room.
Go to my room.
Is it possible, Doctor, for a man to be normal, say, for 2 or 3 months at a time, then go completely insane for an hour or 2?
Yes, quite common.
This should be most interesting.
Now what?
The fuse must have blown.
I like the candles.
The fuse burned out, Miss Virginia.
Oh, thank you. My father wants to see you, Evans. He's in his room.
Yes, miss.
That'll have to do, gentlemen, until the lights are fixed.
I'll be in my room, Evans.
Yes, miss. I'm sorry, Mr. Kessler, but we ran out of fuses. I sent Marie over to the store to get some more, sir.
That's all right, Evans. Sit down.
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, go ahead, Evans. Sit down. We want to talk to you.
All right, sit down.
Do you want to speak to me, sir?
This gentleman would like to ask you a few questions, Evans.
Yes, sir?
Do you know these men?
Yes, sir?
What's this gentleman's name?
Mr. Kessler. Mr. Charles Kessler, sir.
Would you say that Mr. Kessler is out of his mind?
I don't understand you.
Would you say that he is insane?
No, sir.
lady. What are you doing here?
You can't take it. You can't take it. It's mine, I tell you.
Okay, sister, it's yours.
Leave me alone. I'm going home. Home to my husband. And my daughter.
Of course you are, and we know where you live, too.
You do?
Sure.
But I'm dead, you understand? I'm dead.
Of course you are. I'll take you where you want to go. Now you just come with me, young lady.
Tell me, Evans, do you think this man is crazy?
Now, don't ask him that, Doc. I'm beginning to have doubts myself.
Please, Lieutenant.
Oh, all right, all right. Am I crazy?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I know that woman. She's wicked. She can't go home.
Yes. Yes, I know. She's bad. Now you come with me. There we are.
Ever see this before?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing with it last night?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
What we found.
Miss Kessler.
I'm dead, Charles. Do you hear me? I'm dead. I'm afraid to come home. You'd kill me. You'd kill anybody.
It's Kessler. Take her out, quickly. Mr. Kessler!
Oh, Dad!
Get back in there! Close that door!
Now you sit right there, and we'll see that you get home all right. What do we got? Give me a hand, George. She's dead.
What happened here?
We've got the murderer.
Evans.
No, Mr. Kessler. You.
I knew you'd come back. Nothing can part us now, my darling.
All right. So got a heated food debate here in the chat going on. So I'm not really completely sure what happened at all during that movie. If we would have started with that movie, I wouldn't have been as checked out. So I can't rate it. I mean, it looked good. Bela Lugosi was in it, but the thing about Bela Lugosi is he got typecast really quickly after doing Dracula, and it was because of his accent, right? Like, he didn't speak much English at all. The only English that he spoke was essentially what was in his scripts that he was, I think he was being coached of how to say things. So that's why he never really, like, took off, right? Like the Chaney, like Lon Chaney Sr. and Lon Chaney Jr., and even Boris Karloff. Like, Bela Lugosi was in a lot of stuff, but he doesn't have as many big movies, right? Like, a lot of his movies kind of were like second rate, second bill, and it's because he couldn't speak good English at the time. And instead of being able to learn easily, right? Or instead of anybody really teaching him to double down on his talents, he kind of just continued on doing these movies like this, where he either didn't have a whole lot of speaking parts, or two, it didn't matter if he was really delivering a killer performance or not. He was just there. You know, he drew an audience, but it wasn't nothing that he could have done, you know. If he would have had a little bit of help. You know, this was 1930s, 1940s, and there was no Duolingo, there was no Rosetta Stone. You know, it was, you know, hard to learn another language. Still is, but hard to learn a language back then. All right, so Invisible Ghost. I will tell you guys this, that I 1000% cannot get on the board with Frank saying that tacos are essentially pizza. Essentially the same thing. Just in a different form factors. What mess Frank is trying to talk about over here in the chat. So it's the most outlandish thing I've ever heard in my life. So I am a little unhinged, right? Because I do like pineapple on pizza, and I know this is a hot topic, right? Many men have gone before me and been taken to the gallows for openly admitting that they like pineapple on pizza. I will say, I will be brave, and I will stand up for everybody that wants to stand behind me. Pineapple on pizza is pretty tasty, right? I just like stuff. I like pizza. I like fruit. I like fruit a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I just like fruit, you know? I don't know how else to say it. You know, I'll eat it on anything. But I don't ever get pineapple pizza. Like, the last time I had pineapple pizza was probably the last time Jet had a pie, right? Because nobody in my house eats it. You know, like, my wife doesn't eat cooked fruit. She won't eat cooked fruit. So she doesn't eat pies either. And she doesn't do pineapple on pizza. Me, yeah, I'll eat whatever. I'm not really picky. Like I said, one of the only things in this world that I don't like is I don't like olives for some reason, and I can't force myself to do it. I've tried them, and I'll eat them. Like, I don't refuse to eat them, but if I have a chance not to eat them, I won't eat them. I've tried them in the little fancy olive, like, packs that you get from the store. Tried them cooked on pizza. You know, I tried them in the little olive cups, the whole olives, and I just can't do it. Just can't do it. So Frank is trying to convince himself of the pizza taco thing over here in chat still. So, to me, the best pizza, though, right, is when you go to a pizzeria and you can buy by the slice, right? And it's $3 or less for the slice, right? And the slice is like this wide, right? It goes to a point, but it's like this wide at the top where the crust is, and it's floppy. And then you can just see the grease just kind of just slowly dripping off of it, right? Then you fold it. That's the only time pizza's like a taco. Then you can fold it, and then you can eat it, right? So to me, that's the best pizza you can buy. And then, like Nick said, right, you get the Parmesan cheese that's at the pizzeria and the little glass dome that's got the ridges all around it with the metal top. Put that on there to soak up the grease, and then you got the little red pepper flakes next to it. You put that on there, you're good to go. To me, that's the best pizza. Yeah, me and Jed are over here getting not only our veggies in our pizza, but we're also getting our fruits and our veggies with our pineapple on our pizza. You want to know why? Fitness. That's why. So speaking of that, let me tell you guys what I did today. Okay. So speaking of fitness, so my wife bought an exercise bike for herself, right? Like an indoor one. And Frank said, I'm pissed. This is insanity. So my wife bought an exercise bike, and she, I don't know how we got on the topic, but I was like, I bet you can't do 30 miles an hour on it, right? Because it's got like a little digital thing that tells you how fast you're going. And she's like, all right. So she gets on it, and she's pedaling fast as hell, trying to get to 30, right? She gets to like 29, right? Couldn't get to 30. And she's like, I bet you can't get to 30. And I said, shit, watch this. So I get on the bike. Boom. Instantly. You should have seen her face. 38 miles an hour. She eventually got to 30 after she tried the next time. But I just want to let you guys know, your boy can do 38 miles an hour on an indoor stationary bike. I don't know if that's fast or not, but it's fucking fast for me. I felt like my legs were going to fly off. Like my knees were just going to break in half and my leg was going to go flying through the air. So yeah, just so y'all know, it's getting it. Your boy was getting it. And then, you know, of course, we brought my son in, and he tried, and he about tore the entire house down trying to do it. So, you know, that was the end of fun. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Me and my wife were super competitive. I'll probably be, like, walking, like, with noodle legs tomorrow, you know, but who knows? So yeah, I'm to that age, right? So I am 38 years old. I don't know if you guys know this or not. You might know this. Nothing that I'm exactly ashamed of or embarrassed of, right? Like, it is what it is. We all get older, right? But I'm to the age where I have a stationary bike in my house now. I think that when you get to a certain age, you kind of just like, you know what? I need one of those in the house. I was half resistance. So I think it cranks up to like 16 resistance. So I was at like 8. I keep it on 8. But yeah, so I'm at stationary bike age in my house. Anybody else out there in chat got an exercise bike in their home? Anybody? Or do you have to hit my age? Frank, if you I want to see you pull a 38 or better. Now, mind you, this is a cheap stationary bike from Amazon, right? This isn't one of the ones where you sit up and it's like a fixed gear bike, you know, like a racing bike. This is like where you sit down and you pedal in front of you, and you have the handles here, and then you have some handles here. I don't know if that's easier or harder than if you're sitting upright like an actual bike where the handles are right here. I don't know. I would rather go out too. But not when it's 15 degrees outside. I do have a bike. So I grew up riding BMX. You know, well, most kids did, right? In the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, right? We all rode bikes. That's what we did. we spent time outside. But so like I rode BMX and I did like the whole dirt jumping thing for a while, right? All through the early 2000s. That was sort of my thing. Skateboarded on and off. I was better at BMX than I was skateboarding. Could do more stuff on a bike, right? And I had more access to dirt jumps than I did like skate parks, you know. So they were closer to my house. So I've always kind of ridden bikes, and I stopped riding BMX that way probably when I was 24 years old. So right when I had my son, I sold off my last BMX bike. But I do have a fixed gear bike. It's over there. You guys can't see it. It's behind camera. It's leaned up against the wall. But I don't ride it as much as I should. And I've got greenway trails around me. But I do have a cruiser skateboard, and I kind of resorted to that for a while. And that's sort of like my exercise if I'm not walking. We do walk a lot, though. You know, we do a lot of hiking in the summer, and then, you know, we take Simon out on walks. We have some trails around us that we go to. Frank, you had a mountain board? Those are the ones with, like, the dirt tires? No, you're an absolute madman. Don't those have, like, motors on them sometimes? Yeah, mountain boards. Insane. All right, so as we're talking, I'm going to find something else to watch. Not that. So, like I was saying, Nosferatu, Frank told me about this last Tuesday. But I think it's going to be out streaming. Google says the 21st. That seems awfully quick. So I don't know how true that is, because that's what I looked at too, Frank, just a minute ago when I was looking at when's it supposed to come out on streaming. That seems awfully quick, but I hope that's right. You know, because unfortunately I missed that one in theaters because of all the sicknesses and all that stuff, but I really, really want to see it. So all right. So I've got a couple things that I talk about doing a lot of different things on the channel, right? And my biggest thing is I want to try a lot of different things to see what is going to work best for my schedule, work best for your time as a viewer, right? Or what works best for you guys that you like the best, right? So this past Tuesday, I had it in my mind that I was going to stream some trailer review stuff or whatever during this week. It ended up not happening because my schedule, like I said here lately, has been a little all over the place. But I'm trying to figure out what that's going to look like going forward, because my biggest thing in 2025 is trying to figure out the consistency of the channel, like what I need to do on certain days and how often I need to show up in, you know, your feed, right? Like, now this is just speaking in generalities, right? So just a question for you guys out there in chat. How much is too much content that you see from like any one given person, right? So my question is what are you guys here for? Are you here for the live streams? Are you here for anything I put out? Do you watch the movie reviews? Do you only really care about the Friday Night Creep Show? It's not going to hurt my feelings in any way, shape, or form. But you guys are really the voice of the channel since I can talk in real time with you, and you guys are normally always here. What are you here for exactly? Like, or what is the number one thing that you come to the channel for? Because, I'm really trying to figure out what it's going to look like 2025. The biggest thing with right now with the Creep Show is YouTube shutting me down, right? That's my number one issue with being consistent with the Friday Night Creep Show is trying to find a movie that YouTube is not going to screw me on. So other than that, it's easy to come and do this live stream every Friday night. It's easy to do the game stream every Tuesday night, which I kind of feel like that's probably everybody's least favorite. Okay, cool. Not a big gamer. Silverbat watches everything. Frank's only here for my self-deprecating humor. Cool. Nick is here. Sounds like for everything. So, biggest thing is I want to make sure that I'm putting my attention in the right places, right? Because when I look at other channels, right, it's like they do one or two things. And a lot of those channels could be larger, could be smaller, whatever. But they do like one or two things, and that's all they do. I'm doing not consistent, right? Friday Night Creep Show, Gruesome Game Night, Trailer Trash, movie reactions, regular trailer reviews. I'm talking about doing the side quest thing. That and alone is 5, not including the shorts, which is horror trivia, top 5 list in the shorts, right? I want to make sure that you guys are interested in any of that. So if it all seems good, I'll just keep doing it all, but I don't want to just be like, overwhelming. And the numbers kind of show that it's kind of steady across everything. I guess I'm just trying to cast a wide net to bring people in, right? So I can have more people like you guys to help the channel grow. And it grew a little bit last week, right? But we've come a long way from this time in 2024. Frank said he's just here to talk trash. So this is the avenue for you to go, Frank. This is your platform that you're going to use for that, right? The no pineapple on pizza. This is where you're going to stand your ground on that. You found your spot, and this is where you're going to, announce it to everybody. Yeah. This is where you're going to get in at the ground floor. Yeah, that's my biggest thing, Jet, is I don't want to stretch myself too thin and burn myself out, because I do that. I do it a lot. Because I'm capable of uploading every single day for a month, and then I'm going to burn out for 3 weeks, right? So I'm just going to try to figure out, because we had talked about the side quest thing over on Patreon, where I'm going to do that live stream, but now it's kind of like in the back of my head, does that even really make sense to do? Like, when I'm not doing enough regular movie reviews, So I'm trying to think, do I need to delay that? But I collected a crap load of Skinwalker first-hand account stories to put on this side quest live stream episode, right? And maybe we don't even have to do the live stream, the side quest live stream. Maybe that doesn't even have to be a series. Maybe we can just watch a movie about Skinwalkers, and then we can just talk about these stories, because I haven't read through all the stories, but I probably have 4 or 5. I read through 2 of them, and they're pretty crazy. And then I skimmed through another one, and it is completely freaking bonkers. that I really want to share them since people took the time to share them with me. Anyhow, yeah, okay, just my thoughts, as I'm going through 2025. Biggest thing is for me is consistency, and I just want to know what to be consistent with. Because we talked a little bit earlier, Silverbat, I think before you got here, about it is hard to give things your all when you have so many other things to do. And I'm trying to give this my all. Even though I have a lot of other things going on. This is like creatively one of 2 top priorities. So I have thought about that, Frank. So I have thought about maybe having 1 or 2 special live streams every month, right? Could be the side quest episodes, and it would maybe be just talking about random stuff and having a guest on, right? It could be my buddy Brandon, right? You know, and talking about these Skinwalker stories or whatever. If you guys have a topic, you know, like you guys coming on and if you wanted to, talking about your firsthand accounts or whatever, you know, could be something really interesting to think about. But when I look at other movie review channels, right? Now, I will be completely honest with you guys, and I've said this before, right? Because I think Frank has asked me.
Hello, friends. Right, this video is.
Oh my God, I just clicked on one of them. So when I look at other movie review channels, I think maybe Frank and Nick have talked about this before. I don't watch them, you know. I used to watch a handful of them, but I don't watch movie review channels, and it's kind of maybe hypocritical because I want people to watch mine, but I don't watch other ones. And it's because to me, right, it's hard for me to find somebody whose personality I kind of, for lack of a better term, vibe with, right? I either get when I look at movie review channels, I either get people that are reviewing only big popular movies that I guess they're going to do really well on YouTube. And that's not my thing because that's not typically the movies I watch. Or I get the other movie reviewer that doesn't seem like they really know a whole lot of what they're talking about. Or I get the one that just doesn't have a lot of personality or uniqueness. So I don't watch a lot of them. So the reason I'm saying that is my biggest hurdle or my biggest pain point when it comes to this is trying to like blaze my own path while trying to stay niche enough, right? Trying to stay in the umbrella of movie reviews enough, but be a lot different than the other guys, because I find a lot of the other movie review channels really boring. So, I mean, you know, there's cool ones out there. Like, I know you guys, if you watch anymore, there's definitely some cool ones out there. But for me, the mass majority of them are kind of just...
The game of cat.
Just boring, you know? And they're not doing anything different. If you watch one, you kind of watch them all, in my opinion. But Dead Meat's cool. Now, the only thing I don't like about Dead Meat is this is gonna sound kind of shitty, I guess, in a way. I liked Dead Meat before his wife came on board. Now, what I mean by that is it seemed like less of a money grab back then, right? Dead Meat is so huge, right? So right now I'm looking at his YouTube, 6.7 million subscribers on YouTube, which there's nothing wrong with that, right? That is the dream, to blow up and, you know, actually make money from the things that you do. But I don't know. To me, his videos were a lot more enjoyable when his channel was smaller. And then once his wife came on board, they have that podcast. Half the time she's presenting the stuff on his channel. and it's just not the reason I was there to begin with. Like, I'm subscribed to the channel. I just, you know. And his stuff does still really, really well. But, I don't know. Not my biggest, I think I'm subscribed to him. Who else am I subscribed to? Slash and Cast. I think they just do games now, though. These guys. Right, I think they just do games. Like live streams. I don't even think they do movie reviews. What other movie channels am I subscribed to? I'll show you guys. I'm scrolling down my subscriptions right now. Let me see. Horror Central, that's not one, is it? I think they just play horror movies. This lady here, I was watching hers for a while, and her stuff is good. I don't watch her videos, though. You can see there's no red lines on any of these, right? Like, I watched a couple of her videos back when I picked back up doing Cinema Creep stuff last year, and it was because just the algorithm recommended me her channel, and I don't know, just not my hangout spot. But I mean, you know, if you're looking for like, I guess, stuff, more horror movie review channels, here's one for you. Not where I hang out. Let me see, what else do I got over here? Dread and Terror, they were doing some stuff for a minute. They came and they were in the chat for a couple times. And they haven't uploaded in 4 months. So I wonder what happened to those guys. Let me see, who else is out there? I think I follow a couple other ones on my other YouTube channel, because I'm not seeing some of them. Yeah, Jet, that's what I'm talking about. He gets too serious with his wife, and she's goofy, though. So, like, it's not that she's not enjoyable as a host, because she's a good co-host. It just changes the dynamic of his channel, right? He was, like you said, he was kind of, like, more silly and stuff. But, like, especially, like, when you listen to their podcasts and stuff, she way overpowers him in the podcast. And it's fine, but it's, like, it's not the same, right? Because it was his thing before she got there, and it's good that she's included, but it's kind of like she took over. Damn. I know there's more. Do you guys know Damian Leone has a YouTube channel? Like an official YouTube channel? He last uploaded like 3 years ago, though. Hey, here's our guy, Dead End. See, I'm subscribed to him. I think he said he's going to start putting out some horror movie review stuff. He's got some shorts and stuff over there right now. So if you guys don't know, or you may recognize, Dead End comes to the streams every once in a while. I must have a couple more on my other YouTube channel, movie reviews. But because I'm not seeing all of them. But anyways, so my point is I don't subscribe to a lot of these guys, right? Because I think that, I don't know, for two reasons, right? One, because it seems like a lot of these channels, they're not doing anything different, right? And two, I just don't really vibe with their personality. So, for example, this guy right here, fantastic movie reviewer, right? This isn't talking bad about anybody, because that's not my intention, right? Obviously, the proof is in the proof is in the pudding. You look at their numbers, you look at mine, right? Like, this dude has 674 subscribers, 3C films, But his thing is he reviews any and everything, right? Like, you're never going to see me talk about Superman and the DC universe. You know, I'm never going to talk about, like, Marvel movies on the channel unless we're just talking in chat like this. I'm never going to review one on the channel. Mufasa, right? Never going to review anything like that. You know, and this guy's funny, but it's just like his personality is not, you know, not what I vibe with, I guess. Even as much as I hate that word. Right. But yeah, you know, like, I'm subscribed. And I think he knows what he's talking about when it comes to movies. It's just I'm trying to find anybody that's more, you know, in my lane, I guess, so to speak. Yeah, we do have a lot of the same opinions on movies, Frank. Spattercast. Yeah, leans into liking everything. So that is one thing, though, that I hope you guys find here, right? And somebody actually commented on one of the recent videos, and I get it every once in a while where people are like, I appreciate your honesty on movies, right? And I will always try to give, like, the truth of how I actually feel, right? No matter if it's just us here on a live stream, doesn't matter if we have 30,000 people on a live stream, which would be insane. But doesn't matter if I have 1 million subscribers on the channel, right? If a movie sucks, I'm going to say it sucks, right? Because I recognize how valuable my time is, and I also think that your time is valuable, that I wouldn't tell you that a movie was good if it was really shitty, and then you go out and you waste your time watching it, right? Plus, to me, it kind of also goes back to you can review everything popular under the sun, right? Like this, right? Again, nothing wrong with it. If that's your lane, that's your lane, and it's working out well for this guy. You can review everything popular under the sun, but my point is this, and I'm a big proponent of this, right? Is you have to curate to have taste, right? And if I curate my reviews and curate the movies that we talk about on this channel, that's how you guys understand what my taste is, and that's how I think that you kind of start either trusting somebody's opinion in reviews, or that's how it is for me, right? That's how I trust other people. It's like, I wouldn't want to see anybody kind of just like review everything, right? It's kind of like when people tell me, when you talk to somebody, you say, hey, what type of music do you listen to? Oh, I listen to everything. It's like, so you're telling me you don't have taste, right? So that is the biggest cop-out answer that I hear all the time. What type of music do you listen to? Oh, I listen to everything. Do you? You don't have taste. Yeah, I think when you get so big, Jet, like that dude, I think they try to play nice because they want to be, they need sponsorships, and they need AMC to send them free movie tickets, and Fandango, and, you know, Universal to partner with them on things and shit like that. And when you say stuff like, hey, Longlegs fucking blows, and I say it time and time again, Osgood Perkins is a nepotism baby. That's the only reason he got his shot in Hollywood. Stuff like that, right? That doesn't play well with, you know, Neon, right? The production company, right? Or when you say a movie sucks, you know, that stuff is not normally, you know, liked. Andy, the maniacal cinephile. No, but I'll look him up. Sounds like if he's really maniacal. Oh, I've seen this guy. Wait, is this him? Is it this guy right here? I've seen this guy before. Is this who you're talking about?
The two.
I've watched a couple of this dude's videos. Is this Andy?
That's it. They deserve to die.
Yeah, this guy seems like seems like our type of weird, if this is who you're talking about. Regardless, this guy does. I've seen this guy, whoever the hell he is. Said he has really good acting skills.
Today.
I'll subscribe to this guy. I've seen his videos before.
Hey, we're checking out one.
Let me see. So, Silverbat, if you're still out there, I don't know if you saw, you probably did, that David Lynch passed away. We watched a little memorial video of his earlier. And
welcome back to a Stitch.
Unfortunate news.
Engaged to Simon.
Well, we'd been on a
This at the age.
Let's just stay here.
The female commune members.
Let me see your face, guy.
Wrote the film while listening to the
So he
work of
really
British
wears that
electronic
bandage in all
musician
his
Bobby
reviews.
Trillick and recruited him. The runtime is long. It lacks subtlety and makes our characters look foolish. While the film is unsettling, it
Like how he's
isn't
actually in a
that
padded
scary.
room, like a padded room.
Bear onesie is on the rise.
The murals and artwork inform us what is going to happen before it does, so the film loses some of its...
Interesting. Cool. I'll have to watch some more of his stuff. Okay, so let's talk about the elephant in the room, right? The elephant in the room being our Cinema Creep Film Club movie from 3 weeks ago. Who watched Vamp? I'm going to be forthright and say I did not get a chance to watch it. I know Frank saw it because he talked about it. I was supposed to watch it today. I didn't watch it. I know Silverback could not find it in Australia. Was not free on Tubi. And Nick, I don't think saw it. So I think Jet and Frank were the only ones that watched it. So I'm going to say I got to be better with that. Because I do want to pick out another Cinema Creep Film Club of the Week movie. The hard part about it is I don't understand why certain countries don't have the same stuff available that other countries do, right? Frank, let's go ahead and throw this out there. Frank and Jet. How many creeps would you guys rate Vamp? And I'm going to trust your word on it because I am going to watch it. I was supposed to watch it for tonight so we could discuss it. But I just want you guys to tell me how it was. You know. And I am going to watch it. I just got to get that time. Yeah, this is like that time when only I watched Santa Jaws. Yeah, thanks a lot for that, guys. But I don't blame you. Santa Jaws was ass. Vamp actually looked good. And then whatever we pick tonight, I'm going to watch. Because we are going to Friday Night Creepshow next week. Like I said, the word of 2025 is consistency. I'll be here. I'll be here. Because this channel, you know, we need to get up there to where all those other channels are at. So Frank's going to say 2.5 out of 5 creeps. You did not like it. Or was just like mid-tier. Jet says 3 creeps just because it wasn't bloody enough. So let me break this down for you guys real quick. So what was the best part about it? Was it the story, cinematography? Was it the special effects? Was it the score? Right? And what was the worst part about it? Out of those same categories, right? So Frank says it has neon green and pink lighting, which fucking I love that. You know. So I assume the cinematography was good. Right? Am I guessing that correctly? Frank said it was okay, but he wanted to love it, so kind of went in with high expectations, I assume, right? And it just didn't live up. I hate when that happens. Hate when that happens. Story was the best. See, that's good, though, right? If the story is good, so I assume the acting was bad. If the cinematography was rad and story was good, I assume the acting was bad. So Frank liked characters and like the lighting, so the cinematography. Nice, nice. So I am gonna watch it. Scout's Honor. Oh, nice. The guys have a Simon Pegg, Nick Frost vibe. Have any of you guys seen, without getting off topic, have any of you guys watched Black Cab yet? With Nick Frost on Shudder. I know I asked this in chat before. I don't know if any of you guys have Shudder or not. Special effects was kind of lacking. Didn't love the creature design. Silverbat says, had some comedy in it, from what you remember. Yeah, because I think Silverbat, I think this is one of the ones you recommended. And then you couldn't find it, so it was kind of like, you know, kind of sucked. And I was going to try and find a workaround for it, but, you know, I would have to sit here for an hour and a half and try to, like, screen record it and then find a way to send it. So just having enough time in between time for me to sit down and watch it, screen record it, and take time to upload it to send it to you so you would have time to watch it before Friday Night Creepshow was just, like, a lot. So, but if it ever comes to like a movie where it's just like Die Hard, we all want to watch it, and it's just we've got to see this, then I'll make time to do that. Now y'all got me wanting to see what this creature design was. I'm gonna look it up. Creature from Vamp. Let's see. Um, 1986. It's a good year. Okay, so this thing here. Right? Was it just a vampire? These guys? Some gumball vampire teeth. I know this is going to sound dumb, but the thing that bothers me the most is her hair. The red hair. How it's just chopped right here. Just chopped right off. That would be all I would be able to look at. Interesting enough. I will watch this. Even though you guys said it's kind of like lackluster. I'll get around to it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that definitely, you could tell that's a wig. And yeah, basket case. Yeah. Basket case is just, it is top tier, seedy, New York City horror movies from the 80s. Love Basket Case. Frank says his favorite part of the movie is the strip club DJ. I'm not surprised, Frank. I'm not surprised. You know who I haven't seen tonight, Frank? Boom Squad. Where the hell's Boom Squad at? Memory, what is up? Glad that you came in and made it, at least for the tail end of
Hail
this.
to the king, baby.
You remember when Vamp was a new movie? So, yours truly was born in 1986. So that's why I said it was a good year. So to age myself a little bit, hence the exercise bike in the house. Yeah, she always wears a wig. Really could have used some throat ripping scenes. You know, you almost can never have enough throat ripping scenes, you know, in werewolf movies or vampire movies. You know, DJ and the Bouncer or Mob Guys. That's kind of gnarly. That's kind of cool. Grace Jones. Is that who plays the lead actor there? Frank says that he likes like they were in the sewer. Yeah, Dead Alive, Gallons of Blood. There's definitely some ball grabbing going on in the movie, huh? Some ball grabbing, but no throat ripping. Memory, how is the weather your way? Is it cold over there in the UK? You know, one thing that's sick is, and it's hard for us, right? It's hard, but one thing that's really cool is that Cinema Creep, you guys are from everywhere, you know. Silverbat's from Australia. Yaz, when Yaz shows up, she's from Australia, right? Memories from the UK. Jet is in Washington State. Is that right or wrong? That's wrong, probably. I got a couple guys that tune in from South America, right? No, you're not from Washington, Jet. You're from California. My bad. One of the supporters of the channel, right here, where's he at? Is, I'm gonna show you guys when he pops up. Edgar Allan Doe, right there, is from Washington, I think, Portland. So not Washington, Oregon. Nick's from Vegas, right? You guys are from all over the place, and that's awesome, right? You know, that just is really killer to me, and it's really cool because, you know, had we not had this going on, we probably would have never met each other. You know, obviously me and Memory go back, you know, on my other channel, you know, watching each other's videos and stuff, but like a lot of us would have never met had we not done this and then kind of like caught it at the right time to where the channel's small enough to where we can really sit and get to know each other on live streams. I think that is really sick, and that's what makes me so excited about doing this, you know. Even though you guys are like, Memories catching me at like 7 a.m. and then I don't even know what time it is. I can never even do the math to figure out what time it is in Australia. Right, it's, what time is it there? Like 5 p.m. or something? You know, it's just insane to me. Still Midwest in your heart, though. So is that like a Midwest emo kind of deal? Because if so, you know, I got you right here. Because, you know, emo is huge in the Midwest. LA, how is that going right now? That's what I want to talk about. 6:08 p.m. So, Jet, how's LA right now after the wildfires and all that? Because we talked about that, I think last week on stream, and obviously none of us know about it firsthand, unless Frank is just kind of like chilling in LA half the time, which, you know, I wouldn't put it past him. It seems like something that he would do. I bet LA is crazy right now, if I had to guess. I could be completely wrong. But, oh, you're on fire still. Okay, yeah, well, it's unfortunate. Frank lost his Pacific Palisades house in the fire. Ain't that right, Frank? Your secondary home, your beach house. I hate it. You know, I really, really hate it. You know, that all that happened. Like I said, I don't experience LA firsthand and what that like social that social class what's the word I'm looking for? Difference is like. But like I was telling everybody on chat last week, I hate it even though it's just like the extreme wealthy people that are losing their homes. It's just like the geographic location of what I deem as like a gorgeous looking part of the country, right? Like the Pacific coastline, you know, and Malibu and the Pacific Palisades to me is just like a very nice looking area aesthetically, right? From an outsider point of view, that I hate that it's kind of just now looks like a war zone. Yeah. The podunk towns. All them random trailers out in single wide trailers out in the desert where they're cooking meth. Oh man. So let's talk about real quick. Let's talk about the movies that are coming out. Because I have no clue what's coming out. Like I said, the last couple weeks I've been with my head in the sand, not really paying much attention. You know, Frank is always asking me, hey, have you seen the trailer for this or this? And I'm like, I saw there was a trailer, but I haven't seen it. And I feel like such a terrible movie fan, terrible movie review channel person, host, right? When I don't know about half the shit that is coming out. So, Wolfman. You're right. Wolfman is coming out. I do got to watch the trailer for that because Frank was telling me in chat tonight that the Wolfman still kind of looks like one of the Wrong Turn hillbillies in the new trailer. And I hope that Frank is right about that. Because I hope that movie comes out and it is a Wrong Turn hillbilly werewolf running around, like you guys said, ripping out throats. Because that'll just be hilarious to me. All right, let me bring this up. Okay, here we go. So let's look at some upcoming releases in the United States. Sorry, chat. So let's see what we got here. We're going to stop on anything that looks like it's horror. Presence. It's a drama horror thriller with Lucy Liu, Julia Fox. Probably not up my alley, but I'll open that link up and we'll check it out in a minute. Let's see. Tell me if there's anything that you guys want to see. I can actually enlarge this a little bit Is that better for you? Okay. Round the Decay. And I don't know if some of these are going to be indies or not. Need some more Appalachian love in movies. Yeah. So, Appalachian folk horror. I have one or two crazy, I guess maybe not crazy, but horror movie stories that I would love to write based on Appalachian folklore. Here's that fucking Osgood Perkins, his movie The Monkey, which looks like it might actually be kind of good. All right, so I'm just gonna get some of these, and then we'll go back and we'll check out their actual pages. Death of a Unicorn. It's that Jenna Ortega movie and Paul Rudd movie that's coming out. I did see something about that. Minecraft movie. The Grove. Drop. Horror mystery. Push. That doesn't even have a picture. We're already in April. Until Dawn. Is that based on the video games? All right, we're not going to go through the whole year, but we're going to go through... We'll go up until summer. Unless you guys know something that's past then that you want me to specifically look at. June. 28 years later. I knew that was coming out. That's going to be sick. Megan 2.0. I wish I had a whoopee cushion sound effect. I didn't really care too much about the first Megan. I thought it was like, eh. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Remake. Frank. We're going to be in theaters for that one. All right, so here's August 1st. All right, so we're not going to go past August 1st. We can watch the Hard Eyes trailer. Give me just a minute. All right, so let's look at these movies. We got a couple that we're going to go through kind of quick and talk about. Then we'll watch the Hard Eyes movie trailer. If there's any other trailer you guys want to watch, we'll watch it. And then we'll pick out a movie to watch for the Cinema Creep Movie Club. Yeah, the stupid industry. They're ignoring us. They want those romance and drama movies out during the early part of the year. All right, so here we go. Presents. So I don't know what this is, but let's look at it. All right, so 2024, 1 hour, 25 minutes. Obviously, this comes out, when did I say? It says 2024, but it's when it was made. January 24th, so this comes out next week. All right, here we go. We'll watch the trailer for it real quick. This is a neon movie, so maybe it could be sick. This is how you demonetize your live streams right here, ladies and gentlemen.
You have a presence here. It's trying to figure you out. It's trying to connect to you.
She just stopped breathing. Dead in her own bed. Can you imagine the parents finding her?
Okay, so this looks sick so far. All right, this looks gnarly.
It's suffering. Just like you are.
All right, so Steven Soderbergh. Okay, so I didn't even know it was a Steven Soderbergh movie. I didn't even look that far at it. So for me, you guys throw it in chat too.
Message got out. We're famous.
So for me, I'm going to say, just based upon that trailer, I'm going to say 4 out of 5 creeps. What I liked about it was I I like the suspense that the trailer had. I like how it looks like it'll have a different take on the haunted house story, like it said. I think it even said that on one of its title cards. And it looks like it's filmed really, really cool. Like a lot of the whip pans and the slow, like rotating around her in that one shot, and the sound design, right, in the trailer. Gnarly. I would say 4 out of 5 creeps. Synopsis here is a family becomes convinced they are not alone after moving into their new home in the suburbs. So, haunted house stories are a dime a dozen, and we need somebody to come in and sort of like shake things up a bit, right? And maybe this is the movie to do it, because that looked kind of cool to me, right? So I'll watch that. So this is directed by Steven Soderbergh, like I said. Let me minimize this a little bit. Writer David Cope. Stars Lucy Liu, Julia Fox, and Chris Sullivan. So let's go through. You guys know Lucy Liu, Chris Sullivan. He looks familiar, but I don't know who the hell he is. Julia Fox. Do I recognize any of these other people? No, I do not. Let's see here. Steven Soderbergh, world-renowned screenwriter. You know, he has done lots of stuff, right? He did Traffic, Aaron Brockovich, Behind the Candelabra. You know, he's done a lot of those bigger movies. Let's go through and let's see what else he's done that's up our alley. Magic Mike XXL. Let me see. The Jacket. Insomnia. So Steven Soderbergh, he is an award-winning, highly, highly sought-after screenwriter. But that movie looks good. That was The Presence. That comes out, what is that, next week in theaters? So, you know, if you ain't got nothing else going on, it's worth it. Looks worth it so far. I won't watch it until it goes on streaming, but cool. Presence. I should. So, memory, your house 1920s seems haunted to you. The new house 1920 isn't haunted, or at least hasn't shown much yet. Let me see. Hang on, I'm catching up, reading in chat. Devin Sawyer's and Hard Eyes. She said poor craftsmanship on that shelving. Too much shit on it. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, you know, I like to think I would live in a haunted house. But that's also because I don't have haunted shit happening to me. You know, I really don't want a ghost to see me in the shower and, like, start throwing shit around in the middle of the night. All right, so this is Round the Decay, 2025, rated R. The synopsis here is a young woman returns to the site of her broken engagement. Newport Valley's a sleepy tourist town with an all-consuming secret. Directed and written by Adam Newman. So, one thing, I don't know if you guys know about me or not, is I'm a big fan when movies are written and directed by the same person, right? I don't think that anybody's going to direct your work as good as you can, and vice versa, right? I think that if the director isn't the writer, I don't think they're going to have a grasp on it as well as, like, the writer sees it one way when they're writing it, right? And normally that's how the story should be told, right? That's why you had the whole Stephen King hating Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, right? It's completely different than how he wrote it and what he saw in his vision. Hence, kind of dividing fans and dividing Kubrick and Stephen King. So I think anytime I get a movie that the writer and director is the same person, huge fan, and I think it normally benefits from that. What do you think, chat? All right, so let's watch this trailer real quick and see what this one looks like. It looks like a quick little teaser.
You're in shock right now, but you're safe here. I know that you're exhausted, but I'm going to ask you a few questions. Is that all right?
I wish this would get off the screen. Why is that on there?
What brings you to the valley?
The mountain?
It was my pleasure.
Come take a look at this view! That is alarming.
To introduce you all to a new resident of Newport's Valley.
Leave the valley before something really terrible happens.
So the rest of us wanted to get away, so we went to some cave.
Did you see something?
Monroe! Why did she do this? She's supposed to save us. What was that?
Scared?
It's all right. You can scream now.
All right, creeps, how'd y'all feel about that one? That was Round the Decay. So for me, I'm not a hard pass on that. That poster right here, this little cover art, looks way cooler than the entire trailer did. It just is like another, just like, if I watch it, it's going to play on a rainy day, or something like that. It's not anything that I'm going to go out of my way to see. So for that, I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5 creeps. I think that it's just lackluster. Yeah. You can do a lot with a low budget if you allocate the budget correctly, right? Sometimes it goes back to that whole point of you could tell a really good short film with your budget, right? And then you try to make a feature, and then it kind of, your budget gets stretched too thin and everything suffers because of it. Not saying that's the case here, but it very well could have been, right? Now, if they would have told this in a short film, let's say 45 minutes, sorry, had to burp, then they would have had a really, really gnarly short film, right, that they could have used to get funding, more funding for the next thing they do, which could have been a feature, right? So that's sort of my mentality when it comes to these sort of things. It's like, just make it a really, really fucking awesome short film that nobody can deny. And then people be like, that's an amazing short film. Why are they not shooting features? Here, take $3 million, you know, and then you make something really, really sick. Jet, I say that all the time too. I hate when you're misled by the poster art for a fucking movie, because there's posters that are so rad, and then you watch the movie and you're like, well, that kind of sucked, you know? So first of all, they should put pineapple in pizza rolls, Frank, and ham and pineapple Hot Pockets. There's a ham and pineapple Hot Pocket. Really? I did not know that. I'm gonna have to check that out. So, Memory, I appreciate that. Memory said we need more of the Butcher. Talking about my short film. Maybe one of these days. Maybe one of these days. I would love to make another short film. I would love to make a feature. I have 10,000 ideas, but I'm too broke and too, I make too many excuses, I guess, to make it happen. All right, so yeah, so I give that a 2 out of 5 creeps. You guys can rate these if you want. You don't have to. Let's move on to the next one. Death of a Unicorn, 2025. Dark comedy, monster horror. Father-daughter duo Riley and Elliot hit a unicorn with their car and bring it to the wilderness retreat of a mega wealthy pharmaceutical CEO. So, sounds absolutely bonkers. Now, I'm on the fence about being a Jenna Ortega fan. I think Jenna Ortega is making all the right moves in her careers. I think she is in all of the fucking like hip and cool movies, right? She was in Beetlejuice. She was in Scream. She's Wednesday Addams, right? She's doing all these fun little horror movies, right? Like, I think she's a good enough actor. But my biggest worry with her is that she'll forever be typecast as a child, right? Because she's just a small person. And I really want to see her range outside of portraying like a young kid. I know she's younger, but isn't she in her 20s, right? And I don't want her to always just get typecast as a kid. I want to see what else she can do, right? Sort of like David Howard Thornton, Art the Clown. I want to see what else he can do, right? Stop typecasting him as Art the Clown like he was in Stream. All right, so back to this. So directed Alex Schwartzman is the writer-director again here. Like I said, awesome that, this is the same person. Let's click through to them real quick just to see who this is. Did Resurrection. They were additional crew on Robert Eggers' The Witch. Blow the Man Down. So it looks like they've had a lot of little, I don't want to say little. They've had a lot of like crew roles on films, which is admirable, right? Love to see when people are crew members and they experience all of the hardships that is, and then they kind of like go on and get their big break, right? So let's watch the trailer for this. I think I've heard something about this. I think it's like an imaginary unicorn or some stupid shit, but let's see what it is. I don't know if this is the same movie. All right, here we go. Death of a Unicorn.
Ridley? Are you okay?
It kind of felt like it was showing me something. I get this feeling I don't think we're supposed to be here.
The Leopolds donated this entire nature preserve. And they care about a lot of things, not just pharmaceuticals.
Fine. I will sit there and smile.
Sorry, we're late.
What happened? You walked from the airport or what?
It's perfect timing.
I need you to act like everything is fine.
Is there something in your car?
A lot of species
Oh God,
in
this
this
is
area
stupid.
are rare. What exactly are we saying this is, though?
I think we know exactly what it is.
A horse-like mammalia.
With some sort of protrusion or growth.
It's a fucking unicorn.
I don't think I should be in swim shorts for this moment.
I don't think that we're supposed to have this.
We need to study it.
Whatever it is, it seems to be the cure for cancer.
Cancer? That's the biggest one. An opportunity for greatness, for immortality. I've never been so alive.
Dad, please just listen to me. We need to give the little one back. Okay, bad things will happen.
There are two of them?
Oh, this is real dumb.
You're gonna kill us.
I'll do whatever I have to take care of you. You'd retreat in the face of opportunity.
That horn was rather girthsome.
Gersom.
I'm picking up good vibrations. Here's hoping we kill Bigfoot on the way home, huh?
Okay. So that looks real stupid. But I'm here for it. I'm gonna watch it. Now, am I gonna like go out of my way to see it? No, but this is sort of one of those like meth gator type movies, right? This is sort of like Santa Jaws, right? I'm gonna watch it. and I'll watch it when it comes to streaming. Releases March 28th, assuming it'll probably go straight to streaming. And I will share my thoughts with you guys after I see it. Now, looks stupid. There's no doubt about that. But I don't think it is made to look good, right? I don't think there's anything about it that is like, hey, we're taking this serious. I think it is just really, really stupid. Anyways, new zombie movie. So 28 years later, I think, is our next big zombie movie. We're going to watch the trailer for that in just a minute. Memory. All right, so I'm going to give that a 3.5 out of 5 creeps. I know it looks really stupid, but it's self-aware. It's not horror, I don't guess, per se. It's more like monster attack movie, which does fall into horror in my opinion, right? So it's kind of like Jaws, or kind of like the movie Alligator, or Piranha, stuff like that, right? Or like a werewolf movie, right? Just monster attack movies. All right, so here we go. This is The Grove, 2025. This is a soldier's homecoming turns tragic when he stops taking medication, descending into feral madness. Now, how you say this name here is... I don't even want to pretend. I have no fucking clue. This is Patricia. This has got to be Patricia, right? Can you guys see that? That's got to say Patricia. There's nothing else that could possibly be, right? That's got to be Patricia. This, a Corey White. You know, I need to travel more. This is bullshit. Okay. All right, so this, I don't know any of these people, but it looks like the director is also one of the top cast members. Surprise, surprise. That's the telltale sign of a low-budget movie. Been there, done that. You know, so we'll see how this looks. Here we go. Oh, this doesn't have a trailer, so never mind. So, could be awesome. I love a good indie film. I love a good low-budget horror. We'll look at some of the pictures here. Looks like they've got a good camera on this thing. They got some good lenses. Looks like an Alexa, an Ari Alexa camera. Looks like maybe some Cook lenses here. So they threw some money in the camera department. That's a good sign that they're not shooting on a DSLR camera. That is not Cook lenses. Those are Ari lenses. So nice. Okay, so they did throw some money at this thing, because that is an expensive camera package. Not saying that if you got a good camera, you're gonna make a good movie, but sometimes it's good to see that money is put in the right places, right? At least it theoretically would look like a movie and not like a YouTube video, or, you know, a daytime soap opera. Don't tell me to sound it out. I'll be like on Dumb and Dumber when Harry's teaching Lloyd how to read. Do y'all remember that scene? Oh, sorry guys, wrong button. Getting a little excited here. Hang on. I'm side questing. Give me just 2 seconds. So when you tell me to sound it out, Frank, this is what I imagine right here.
My name is Cecilia. I'm a mom of...
Lloyd, you okay? Harry! It's Mary! Who? Mary with the briefcase? Mary Swanson. Swanson. Wool. Host? Annual. Host. Annual. Annual.
This shit gets me every time.
Yeah. It's a big one. International Preservation Society tomorrow night.
Anyways, that's what it reminds me of. So, yeah. That shit gets me every time. Alright, so The Grove we watched. Death of a Unicorn we watched. So The Grove I can't comment on because did not see a trailer for it. The Monkey. Let's check out The Monkey. Alright, so this is the Osgood Perkins movie, right? You guys know he did Longlegs. He is Anthony Perkins' son? Is it son or grandson? I can't remember. He's related closely enough to him to know better. All right, so this is 2025. This is 1 hour, 35 minutes long. And the synopsis here is, when twin brothers Bill and Hal find their father's old monkey toy in the attic, a series of gruesome deaths start. The siblings decide to throw the toy away and move on with their lives, growing apart over the years. So this comes out next month, February 21st, 2025. This is a Neon Studio movie. So again, Neon has done a lot of big movies, but they also did Longlegs, and they also did that one movie that we were looking at. Was it Presents? So they do some decent movies, right? They're like the new A24. Elijah Wood's in this. Huge Elijah Wood fan. So I will support just about anything he's in for the simple fact of he is a horror guy through and through. Let's watch the trailer for this and rate it. Looks like a short little 2-minute trailer, so hold on to your
everything's fine.
seat.
Oh, that's odd. I don't remember locking this.
You wouldn't happen to remember if my aunt had a wind-up toy monkey at the yard sale?
Oh, not a cherished childhood memory now, was it?
No!
The coroner said it was an accident, but it was no accident. It was a monkey. When I was a kid, my twin brother and I found something that loved to kill. I did everything I could to make it go the fuck away. But it had other plans. Hello, brother. Bill. The monkey that likes killing our family. It's back. It must be vanquished.
Why don't you vanquish it, huh, Bill?
Wait! We have been chosen to witness its power over life and death in its most devious ways.
It's a toy monkey?
It's evil. It's basically the devil.
Everybody dies. And that's life.
Oh, fuck.
All right, so this looks really good. I wish I could say that it was shit because of Osgood Perkins and Longlegs, but this looks like it'll be a lot of fun. So I'm going to say 4 out of 5 creeps. You know, I may even do individual videos on some of these for trailer trash stuff for the channel. But 4 out of 5 creeps for me. This looks fun. It looks silly, right? Like Haunted Doll, Evil Toy. Like Jet said, they're fun movies. They're just, they're goofy, right? So I don't know really what separates this and Monkey Shines. I need to go back and watch Monkey Shines. This looks like this is going to have good gore in it. Looks like it's filmed. The cinematography is amazing here, right? I could already tell that I'm going to like the cinematography. Because when it comes to cinematography, right, in horror movies, I like one of 2 looks. Well, let me back that up. I like 3 different looks, right? I either like your grindhousey, just kind of trashy look, right? But it has to be done right. Or I like neon cinematography, very giallo, very Dario Argento kind of look. Or I like the real muted tones, right? Like this to me looked like it had like the muted tones. So muted tones being like this, or damn, what was that movie with Ethan Hawke, kind of recent, where he played the grabber? Why could I not think? Black Phone, right? Movies that look like that, right? Where it's just there's nothing flashy, right? It looks very real world, you know. Even though there's a lot that goes into it, it just it looks just like everyday life, you know. So anyhow, this looks like a lot of fun. I'll be watching this. Does this get a theatrical release? Doesn't say. So I'm gonna assume something like this would, but maybe it's not going to. So Stephen King has a writing credit on this. Is that because of Monkey Shines? I think that's one of those things that we should go back and watch as a group. Is Monkey Shines. Frank, good call out. Black Phone. You knew it before I could say it. All right, so cool. So this gets a 4 out of 5 creeps from me. Let's move on to the next one. Let me see. This is going to be Until Dawn. So this is an adaptation of the video game Until Dawn. All right. So, psychological drama, psychological horror, supernatural horror. This is 2025, releases April 25th. Group is trapped in a remote valley by a murderer and are killed, but are sent back in time and forced to relive the night of their killings. So this is a David F. Sandberg movie. So if you guys don't know David F. Sandberg, he did one of the Annabelle movies. He did that one DC movie, Shazam. David F. Sandberg, surprisingly enough, was discovered on YouTube. So he's done a lot of big movies. He was discovered on YouTube. He is this guy here. I got a lot of respect for him because of how he came up in the industry. Him and his wife would shoot short films in his home, and they would shoot little creepy short films, and he got noticed that way. So he did the Lights Out short film, right, with his wife, and that led to him to getting funding for the feature, right, the studio feature Lights Out. He did Annabelle Creation, did Shazam, and all of these right here. See, Lights Out. This one is his short film in 2013 he made with his wife. And yeah, got discovered off of YouTube, and now he's doing big things. So shout out to David F. Sandberg. And this is written by Blair Butler and Gary Dauberman. And if you're interested in his YouTube channel, it is, I think you can look up Pony Smasher. And that's his name on YouTube. All right.
I didn't say that.
Until Dawn.
I'm looking for my sister. Does she look familiar to you?
She's gone missing.
I didn't say that. Do a lot of people go missing around here?
Up the road. That's why people get into trouble.
Those are the first people here in years.
I wish that shit would get off the screen.
Weird. That's my sister's signature. Oh, shit.
Guys, check it out.
What happened to these people?
Where's my car?
Where's Megan?
Was that him, Frank?
What the fuck just happened? We all got fucking murdered. And now we're here again.
So the night is just gonna repeat itself.
I don't remember that happening last time.
Holy shit. Every night, something new is trying to kill us.
What is that?
How many more deaths do you have in you?
Nobody's made it past 13 nights.
If we want to survive, we have to make it until dawn.
YouTube is gonna try and shut me down because of these trailers.
What is that?
All right, I'm gonna stop this before YouTube shuts it off. All right, so this Until Dawn. Sorry, I'm not gonna play the last 30 seconds. YouTube is giving me a warning. It's crazy, Frank, that guy Peter Stormare. I suck. Is in this, and we just talked about him popping up in random movies. Kind of hilarious timing. So he plays Dr. Hill. Just says Happy Death Day without the happy. So this looked okay, right? Like, I've never played the game Until Dawn. Maybe I should. Maybe we should play that on the channel one Tuesday night to prep us for this movie. But this looks fun. It looks like maybe like a 3 out of 5 creeps to me. Looks like a slasher movie. This is one of those random Wednesday night, you don't got nothing else going on, throw this on, right? And, you know, put your phone out of reach. That way you don't reach for your phone. But, you know, it looks like it's shot well, you know. The story just didn't really grab me, but also I haven't played the game, so maybe if I played the video game, it would, you know, it'd grab me by the testosteronies. I don't know. All right, so let's go to the next one. Clown in a Cornfield. Adam Caesar or Cesar. God, I suck. Okay, so here we go. Clown in a Cornfield. 2025, rated R, 1 hour and 29 minutes, creeps. This is a slasher horror and a horror. And this is something Jet might be excited about, right? Because the synopsis is a fading Midwestern town in which Frindo the clown, a symbol of bygone success, reemerges as a terrifying scourge, right? Because we know that Jet keeps that Midwestern state of mind. And you're right, Silverbat, that was a very Groundhog Day type of plot on the last one. This is directed by Eli Craig, written by Carter Blanchard, Eli Craig, and Adam Caesar. Here's what the cast looks like. Do you guys recognize any of them? Will Sasso. Why is he familiar? Who is this guy? I know him. What's he from? Oh, Happy Gilmore. The Three Stooges movie. Nope. Happy Gilmore plays a mover, but I feel like I know him from something else. He's in a lot of shit that I haven't seen, but he looks really familiar. Super Troopers 2. Oh, Law and Order SVU. If you haven't been in that, are you really an actor? Guess he just has a name and a face that is familiar. I mean, he's been in a lot of TV stuff. 1 episode of this, 2 episodes of that. Nothing that I really am into. Maybe it just is Happy Gilmore, one of the movers. He's just got that type of fucking face. Mad TV. Yeah, that's it. Mad TV. Yeah. That's where I know him from. Yep. That was it. I used to watch Mad TV back in the day. It was so much better than SNL. Will Sasso, everybody. All right. So, let's watch this. Clown in a Cornfield.
Do you get when you cross a soccer team with a monkey toy?
What is this?
And a fungal apocalypse.
Why is this 7 minutes long?
Anybody die?
Have a cure.
Maybe.
Summertime with Oscar Isaac as the We'll spend another night with Fred.
What is going on here?
Down world of Hawkins.
That is not Clown in a Cornfield trailer. All right, I was tricked. All right, so Clown in the Cornfield does not have a trailer here on IMDb. Could have one on YouTube. Let me search it up real fast, and I'll see. That way I don't leave us hanging. Clown in a Cornfield. Is this already out? Oh, it was a book at one time. Apparently it was a book. So this movie's based on a book. Alright, I found the trailer. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, here we go.
Welcome to Kettle Springs, where things aren't what they seem.
Oh yeah, I love the fake moon. Let's go.
In the heart of Kettle Springs, a quiet town hides dark secrets. But one tradition turns to terror. The lines between fear and survival blur.
This is the worst trailer I've ever seen in my life. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. There's no way that's the trailer for that movie. Alright then. Clown in a Cornfield, you can go fuck yourself. That looked terrible. So, Nick, are you still out there with us? I want your input on some of these movies, Nick. I hope that you're excited about at least some of these, except for that last one, because that was, yeah, bullshit encrusted in bullshit. You know, I mean, Clown in a Cornfield, right? Like, you figure you're gonna get some like cheese, right? You figure it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be dumb, right? But so was Art the Clown at one point, right? And then now it's like widely accepted as Art is a horror icon, and it's one of the best horror movie franchises to ever exist, right? Pennywise Who is what people say, right? Clown in a Cornfield. Like, I know it's low budget. They could have done something. The book, it was a book, right? And then, you know, an author who knows how to make us afraid. Clive Barker said that about Clown in a Cornfield. Like, so maybe the book is good. Does anybody out there in chat read? Can anybody out there in chat read? I can't. I just look at pictures, you know? And the red and black text on this book says scary to me. And is very misleading because the trailer said, welcome to Sucktown. Population us. All right, so Clown in Cornfield. I'm going to give it a 1.5 out of 5 creeps. Not stoked. Not stoked at all. Maybe it'll be really, really rad, and I'll eat those words later on. But I hate it if the book was really cool, and then this is what people are going to get, especially people that were stoked on the book. Only Time Will Tell comes out May 9th, 2025. So they got a lot of time to fix what they've messed up. Frank cannot read. So that's good. That's probably how he winds up here every Friday night. He just sees a notification come through on his phone and he clicks it. He doesn't really know what's happening until he gets here, and then he's trapped because he can't read to exit the stream. So it works in my favor. So Memory watched Thanksgiving at Xmas. Did you enjoy Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving is, to me, fantastic. Really, really stupid. But I think it's a lot of fun. Jet used to read until he got chronic. Now he can no longer read. Yeah, I'm just dumb. I'm just real dumb. I try to sound words out. The problem is they just don't be linking together right. You know, that's why I spelled Drucifer the way I spell it. You know, my wife had to write Cinema Creep for me. You know, I don't even really know what that means. Jet's only 3 letters, so I can say that one. You know, Frank is close enough to spank, and I know how to spell that word. So you know, it is what it is. Yeah, the budget looked really low for that. Not super stoked on it. Apparently, there's a series of books. Let's look this up real quick, and then we'll watch the 28 years later. So the last 3 trailers are bigger movies that should look a little bit better. We'll watch those 3, and then we'll pick our Friday Night Creepshow movie. So give me just a minute. Let's look up The Clown in a Cornfield books, because I think it's like a series of books. Maybe. Hang on, give me a second. I'll bring it up. I'm not going to bore you with these web pages I'm jumping back and forth in. Okay, so there's 3 books. I know that's really tiny. Let me blow it up for you guys. All right, so there's Clown in a Cornfield. There's Clown in a Cornfield 2, Friendo Lives, and Clown in a Cornfield 3, The Church of Friendo. Okay? So there's a series here. So there's possibly 3 movies coming your way. There's possibly 3 shitty movies that are going to clog up your Tubi stream in the near future. All right, so enough of Clown in the Cornfield. Frank says, it's the words problems, not mine. Yeah. Why they gotta be so hard? You know, I appreciate you guys, you know, taking up for my non-reading self. English is hard. You know, it's the words' fault. I appreciate you guys. Y'all got my back. Run backwards through a cornfield, Fear. Frank, what you guys do in your part of America, you keep it in your part of America. English pretty much was invented by a drunk person. It doesn't make any sense. We have multiple meanings for the same word. And then we have words that sound the same, but they're spelled different with different meanings. It is really the most ridiculous shit. Silverbat, so quick question, okay? So we're all kind of from different places. So this isn't a pick on any one person. So the thing that you put your trash in, this is for you too, Memory, right? So the trash can, the receptacle that you put your trash in, that you take to the road for the trash men to pick up, what do you call that in your part of the country? Frank, what do you call that? Nick, what do you call that if you're still out there? Jet, what do you call that? And then Silverbat, what do you call that thing? And Memory, what do you call that? So me, like I said before, I'm real dumb. I've always called it a trash can. I'm going to wheel the trash can down to the road. But here lately, I've switched it up on my family, right? I switched it up on my family and I call it the dumpster. Because I'm trying to be edgy now that I'm kind of like getting close to my 40s. I'm going to go throw that in the dumpster. I'm going to wheel the dumpster down. to the road. That's me. So yes, so I've heard that people in the UK area call it the Willy bin. I've heard that before, and I didn't know if that was true. And that sounds so much more fun than dumpster or trash can or trash receptacle. What do you guys call that in Australia? A rubbish bin or a Willy bin? Okay. Garbage bin. Okay, so Jed, if you were taking it down to the road, you say, I'm gonna roll the garbage bin down to the end of the road. Okay. Frank, what do you call it? You call it a trash can, don't you? We're geographically in the same area, kind of. Rubbish bin. I like rubbish bin. It's crazy how Australia... What is the... My son could tell me, right? I don't know if you guys know this. He's huge on history. I've talked about it before. The rubbish roller. Yeah. My son could tell me, and I should know this. But again, you know, Australia and England or the UK, right? What is their overlapping history? Right, because there's some sort of similarities there. I should know this. I just don't. I spent my time skipping school, and like I said, you know, playing in punk bands and riding BMX and skating. I should have been learning about the world for this moment specifically. But moving past that, I also want to know what everybody calls when you go to the store or the market or whatever it is, you go shopping. And the cart, the little metal thing with wheels that you put goods in, what do you call that? I call it a shopping cart. I've met people from like the New York State area that call it a carriage. Like in Jersey and that area, they call them carriages. I know people in the southern United States call them buggies. I call it a shopping cart. Do you guys have any crazy names for those? Shopping trolley? Okay. So Silverbat said all of the convicts got sent there, right? It's sort of like Oklahoma and Texas in the United States. Oklahoma gets all the Texas rejects. Just cart or shopping cart? Okay, Jet, you're also... I don't know the name of things I just described. It's because I can't read, damn it. It's like, that thing that you know that you put liquid in. It's got the handle on the side, you know, the thing. You know, when you use a computer and you kind of tippy tap on the thing and it makes pictures on the screen. CKY vehicle. So memory says 1800s, it was where we sent convicts for dumb stuff like stealing a fish. But in the 50s to maybe the 70s, it was where people immigrated to warm up because it rains all the time. Wow. Okay. Cool. Learning a little bit here. So that means if you're in Australia, right, a lot of people's great-great-great-great-grandparents could have been sent there for stealing a fish. And little, like, minuscule crimes. Interesting. I'm gonna learn more about this because it really is interesting to me. I've become much more studious and interested in things as I get older. Because when you're young, you're just running around and you don't really care. But yeah, so I call it a shopping cart. I kind of like shopping trolley. That sounds fun. And the way education is going, yeah. I might just become the smartest man among all of the next generation. What's your first language, Silverbat? English is your second? Wow, I would have never guessed. So your family, like you and I think you said you have a daughter, do you guys talk a different language at home? That's interesting. All right, let's go ahead and while you guys are catching up on my stupidity, let's watch 28 Days Later trailer. So Memory, you said, what about the zombie movies? Well, here you go. This is it. You said if it's a shopping trolley, we should get a bell. I should be able to get on and get off that motherfucker at like different places in the store. I should be riding it, not pushing it if it's a trolley. Because our trolleys here in America, they go down the street and we get on and we get off of them. Little Russian may come in handy when Putin invades. Yeah, that's Russian is a scary language. I had a friend that was Russian one time. I'm not sure that he's still alive. I have no idea. But every time he would talk, like English was his second language. Russian was his first. But he talked fluent English. And he would talk Russian when he got mad. You know how people do. They talk, you know, whatever their first language is normally when they get upset. But then I would just have him speak Russian all the time. I'd like, tell me something in Russian or go say this to that guy in Russian. And it just sounds so angry. Could be saying like the most normal thing, and it's just such an angry sounding language, just like German, right? Could be the nicest person in the world speaking that language, but it just sounds so freaking gnarly. Now, so from people that aren't in America, right? So before I play this trailer, I just want your take on this, Silverbat and Memory, right? What do you guys think of like the accent that people from Louisiana have? Like, do you guys ever hear them like Creole people? Italian. So you were born in Italy. You're born in Italy, living in Australia, and your kid speaks English. That's interesting. So your accent is more Australian, I assume. Yeah, have you guys ever heard Creole people talk? It is a sight to behold. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, did you hear that noise too? I was making sure that the stream wasn't shutting off. I don't know what the hell it was. My computer was telling me something. Probably something important. Okay. Before we play the 28 years later, let me play Creole for you guys. My mom used to speak Pig Latin. I think she was just drunk half the time. Oh my god. All right, so here we go. I don't know if this is a good clip of Creole. All right, so listen to this. This is, you guys know where Louisiana is, right? It's down on the kind of Gulf of Mexico, right side of Texas. Frank, you know where Louisiana is, right? Okay, here we go. This is Creole, people. America.
Je crois qu'il n'y a pas de temps pour assis avec les enfants pour faire les prendre la français aujourd'hui. La vie, c'est vite, vite, vite. You know, and
they speak French.
Comme mon gagne un petit fille et mon petit boug. Et mon pas gagne temps pour assis avec lui ou mon petit fille pour faire les prendre la français. Et commencer faire les prendre la français.
Okay, so that's Creole French. Let me play Creole. Let me play Creole English for you, because it sounds even funnier. Let me see. Let me see. Creole. Let's see if we can find a video here. Okay, so here's from Swamp People, the TV show.
Is your virtual assistant.
America's a weird place.
I've never met an alligator yet that can outlast Troy Landing.
Here you go.
Shoot him! Shoot him where it counts! Shoot him! Whoop him! Shoot! Hurry up, try to shoot that sucker. Shoot! God dang it! I am the alligator bandit. Hey, give me 5. Give me 5. We're gonna do the alligator shuffle.
This is how I imagine everybody sees us in America.
Before the day's over, I'm gonna try to give you singing lessons. It's a rainy day in the bayou. We just wanna sing the Cajun rock song. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Most people would die to have this kind of job. You know, they're stuck behind a desk or in an office. Clint, aren't we some lucky fellas? Woo! Yeah! Woo! Woo! Ow! Ho, 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 ho! Holy macaroni! Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. If you're gonna work with me, you got to work my way or no way. Troyland, we're gonna get the job done, no matter what. That's a papa.
So this isn't like exclusive to this guy. This is how the vast majority of Creole people in that area talk.
Big boy McCoy. You know, it's all about what you put into something. You're gonna get out of it what you put into it. We got a tree shaker. Oh, tree shaker, tree shaker. We got a tree shaker. We don't have a tree shaker, we got a tree breaker. Things ain't always gonna go your way. It's not always gonna be peaches and cream. Mother fricker. Mother fricker. Sometimes it's gonna be hard and you gotta go the extra mile. All right, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yay, that's what I'm talking about. Whoa, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, anyway, so there you go. That's Creole. I would play you more, but YouTube is going to shut my shit down if I don't stop. Okay. Because they're sending me warnings already. I can't play nothing. Can't play nothing. YouTube makes me so mad. You said that's CTE. Yeah, so that's how the mass majority of people that are Creole down in like that part of the world talk. And it's a mix between like French, like a lot of them speak French, and there's, I guess it's like sort of this weird American dialect mixed with French, and that's what you get. So all right, 28 days later, now you guys have met Creole people, and you said there's a lot of Creole people in LA. That's weird. Because there's not a lot of gators in LA. Well, is there alligators in LA? Like, are they like in, what do they call that? The LA River? That like big ass storm drain? I imagine there'd be gators in there. If not, that'd be a good horror movie. North Wells, England, Liverpool, like 25 miles away, and Scousers, Liverpool people accent. Yeah, there's some interesting accents to come out of the UK area as well, you know. Like, I can understand you. Like, if you guys want to hear, okay, so this is going to be weird to say. If you guys want to hear somebody with a radio voice, right? A radio voice, or like a perfect narrator's voice, go to Memory Gatherer's YouTube channel and listen to this man talk. I would have him narrate my life. Such a smooth accent that it's just like chef's kiss. And I've told him before, he's got a good accent, got a good like radio voice, got a good podcast voice, can narrate audiobooks. You know. Fill the LA River. They should fill the LA River with gators, and then you would have like skaters just down there, like ollieing over gators, and it'd be a whole thing. Now, Florida, okay? Florida is an entirely different does not make any fucking sense to the rest of the world. I'm sorry, and we'll get to this trailer in a minute. But Florida in the United States is its own problem, right? Like, you guys have all heard about the Florida man and all that stuff. I've lived in Florida a couple times in my life. I've visited there. There's nothing good to ever come out of Florida. But I will say this, right? Florida. Okay, last time I went, we had took my son to Disney World, and we were just going around. We were hanging out, doing stuff like that, and we went to like a park, right? Just like a little kids park. There was like a jungle gym, and no bullshit. Probably the jungle gym was like, let me show you guys geographically. Okay, this is the jungle gym, right? All right, so the jungle gym, and then here is a grass field, right? This is all to scale, by the way, right? Grass field, and then this pink right here. This is a pond, right? This pond had probably a 4-foot drop off, right? From the grass field. This was probably 50 yards. Maybe not. This was probably 30 yards, a little bit shorter than 50, right? And then, what do I have written on the back of here? Oh, apparently some movies we were going to watch. Good thing it's not like my social security number. All right, so here's the drop off, the pond, right? There was no fencing. There was nothing to keep people out of this pond, right? Especially the kids that were playing on the jungle gym. And, you know, there was probably no less than 20 gators in this pond just chilling. They were sitting here close to the edge, the drop off, right, which is a concrete just drop off, with their heads above water because people feed them, right? People just feed them bread and shit like they're ducks. But my fear is one of those kids, little toddlers, come running across the field and fall in the pond, and they're done. But that's everywhere in Florida. That's everywhere in Florida. There's just gators. You look, you're driving over you're driving on a bridge going over the river, and there's alligators, and you can see them. They're just all over the damn place. Yeah, Australia, I mean, you get it. There you have spiders and scorpions and snakes and some of the most dangerous shit in the entire world over there. Nothing wild and dangerous in the UK. Maybe an angry pit bull. No gators, poisonous spiders, or scorpions, or snakes. You just got squirrels. Yeah. Old memories got them pipes. Got them pipes. Hang on, I'm twisted up in my... Can I admit something to you guys and y'all not think less of me? I need y'all to tell me that you will not think less of me if I divulge something to you right now. This is just how transparent I try to be here on these live streams. I got a heated blanket right here. And I got that shit cranked up to 11. I'm fighting the cold over here for you guys on this live stream. Anyways, 28 days later. Magpies. Not 28 days later, 28 years later. Let's watch the trailer here. So, 2025. Zombie horror thriller. A group of survivors of the rage virus lives on a small island. When one of the group leaves the island on a mission into the mainland, he discovers secrets, wonders, and horrors that have mutated not only the infected, but other survivors. See, if I would have read that in Memory's voice, it would have sounded so much more interesting. Expected June 20th, 2025. Directed and written by Danny Boyle, who's done all of these so far. 28 days later, right? 28 weeks later. Isn't that the other one? I do have that right. Yeah. 28 days, 28 weeks. This is 28 years. All right, so let's watch the trailer for this now. This is one of the movies that started, I mean, didn't start, but really popularized the running zombie. Is this not going to give me the right video right off the bat. Okay, here we go. 2 minutes, 6 seconds. Bear with me. Hopefully YouTube doesn't shut us off. This is an ad, so we got to get past this first. All right, here we go.
Wait, sit here. Sit. Auntie, what's going on? Jimmy, sit still, keep quiet, and do not move from this spot.
Seven, 6, 11, 5, 9 and 20 miles today, 4, 11, 17, 32 the day before. Boot, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Don't look at what's in front of you. Boot, 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 moving up and down again. Men go mad with watching them. There's no discharge in the war. If your eyes drop, they will get the top of you. Boot, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Try to think of something different. Oh, my God, keep me from going lunatic. Boom, moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. 7, 6, 11, 5, 4, 17, 32 the day before.
All right, chat, what do we think of that one? So for me, now I need to catch up on this franchise, right? I've seen 28 Days Later. I need to go back and I need to rewatch 28 Weeks Later. I've seen it. It's been a long time. That's the one with that gnarly helicopter kill in it, right? So I'm stoked on it, right? I love a good zombie movie. I love zombies as a horror trope. I think we've said before here on the stream, or we said on the channel, can't remember which, but I think Memory said earlier, Walking Dead basically has done zombies, right? They overdid it. They really, really brought them to the forefront, right? Popularized them so much that people's grandparents were watching The Walking Dead, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But I was all zombied out because of The Walking Dead. I didn't finish the entire Walking Dead series, right? I stopped watching once I started seeing them go crazy on like CGI, right? With I think it was with the big lion and stuff. When they went to that colony, I was like, I'm fucking out. I'm checking out of this. But I was a day one fan up until that, and then I just wrote it off. I said, this is just getting too silly. I can't watch this. Now, stuff like this, I'm here for this, right? I want to see a resurgence of zombie movies, but I want a creative take on them, right? Now, I do think that when you watch zombie movies and you hear zombie stories, sort of how The Walking Dead kind of conditioned us to think that it's not really the zombies that are the biggest threat. It's how we act to one another, with zombies sort of being like a secondary issue, right? Or like a secondary problem, which humans are the main problem, right? Because we're fighting for resources, we're fighting to live. You know what I mean? We're fighting for safety. And I do like that aspect. And I assume that this will double down on that. Obviously, not just people running from zombies, but a war amongst people, right? And I think that that's kind of realistic. I think that when we are faced with any sort of global issue, we turn on each other instead of coming together, right? Like we were talking about the pandemic a little bit earlier in chat. Like I think we were maybe a year away from turning on each other as a society, right? Because I remember people talking and people saying that, oh, you better hope that you're armed at your house because people are going to come around for your food because there's a shortage of groceries, or people are going to come in and they're going to clean out your house, or you're going to get robbed going down the road. Like people were saying all types of crazy shit. Like where I live, you would hear it at work, you would hear it, in rumblings and talk with neighbors and stuff, And I think honestly that could happen, right? Like we were like a year out from that. If the pandemic and lockdowns would have continued, and I think if the food supply would have started dwindling down more, because when the pandemic first happened, right, if you guys remember, like, at least here in my state in America, like, we went through like a grocery shortage there for a while, right? Because nobody was going into work. Nobody knew whether or not it was safe to go into work. Nobody really knew what was going on. So we kind of just stopped, and a lot of people weren't ready for that. Me included. Like I wasn't ready, had canned food and stuff like that. But beyond that, like I didn't, expect there to be a pandemic and not be able to get groceries for 2 weeks. So I don't know. It's just interesting how that would play out. So when movies showcase stuff like that, I think it's close to real life. Yeah, toilet roll, or here in America, toilet paper. Interesting how over in the UK you were seeing the same problems we were, right? And then you had all those idiots that were hoarding the toilet paper and buying up hundreds of packages of it, and then once it became easy to access again, they were stuck with mountains of it in their garage. If looters came to your house, they'd come back to your house with food. Yeah. A carrot shortage. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane how close we are as a society to something like this happening, because throughout my entire life, right, up until the pandemic, something like the zombie apocalypse, it looked foreign. It looked fantasy, right? It was so beyond what could actually happen, right? And then the pandemic happens and you're like, huh, okay, that could actually happen. You know what I mean? In terms of like society crumbling from the inside out. And then you see like a lot of this crazy shit people are putting in their body, right? And literally turns them into essentially like zombie-like people, right? I can't tell you how many people I've seen. Well, I would say the current place I work at, right? I'm not going to tell you where I work. I can't, for the sake of keeping my job, probably, right? Can't tell you where I work at, but my day job, right? My 9 to 5. I have been there when this is just a regular place you work. Nothing special, nothing crazy. I have seen 3 people OD in the 8 years I've worked there, right? One of which I was the first one to respond to it and found that person basically like laid out almost dead, right? Had they not got Narcaned several times, right, they would be dead, right? And all of this stems from just all the shit people are putting in their bodies, fentanyl, what have you. It's just crazy how like we have these half zombie people in society that are just sort of like half the time they're zombies, half the time they're kind of working class people. You pair that with something like the pandemic happening, and it's just like, wow, like this isn't far off, to what could really happen. Egg shortage. I wish I had a Cinema Creek bunker. I do have a basement, but my basement floods. So if anything real was to happen, I got a swimming pool. Because I have like kind of like a wet basement, sort of. It's not like a finished basement. wells, there's an issue with the water, so you struggle to buy bottled water. Some main water line is broken or something. Huh. So, is that 3 pounds? Is that how you say that? 3 pounds a dozen? Eggs are like $9 to $10 a dozen. Holy shit, Jet. $9 to $10? You've got to be kidding me. That's some LA prices. $9 to $10? What the shit? Aren't there a lot of chicken farmers over there in California? They shouldn't have to ship those very far. $9 to $10. You better get some chickens. So here, eggs are about $3.50, I think, for a dozen. I can already feel my wife somewhere in the house probably just sweating because I probably don't know the price of eggs. They're literally like $3.50, like $3.50, right? Now, funny enough, your boy, I know a guy, right? I know a guy, a farmer, and he brings me eggs, right? $2.50 for a dozen. $5. Okay, $5 is still high, but that's still crazy. Yes, that's my thing, Silverback, is I've thought about getting chickens because I live in city limits, but I think in my town, even if you're in city limits, you can have chickens. And we've thought about it, but, you know, one, I don't know. Like, my very first job, I was on a chicken farm, and I took care of chickens, right? I took care of farm animals, other people's chickens. This is when I was like 15, 14 years old. But current day, Andrew, I don't know how to take care of no damn chickens. I know you just put some feed down and they eat and they do their thing. But I would have to, like, keep them in a hen house. And I have cats as well, and I feel like my cats would somehow cunningly find their way into the hen house. I don't know. My neighbors have chickens, but that's not my farmer plug. My farmer plug is a different person. But see, we're kind of divided with this farmer plug. Is I like the eggs. My wife says they don't scramble well, so she doesn't want the eggs. And I'm like, well, they're fine with me, you know, especially since they're like super cheap. But it is what it is. Still buying them from, you know, big box store. I think they're like $3.50. Why are you boycotting eggs? Just because they're expensive? Oh, chickens are freaking assholes. Have I ever told you guys my chicken farm story? So I'm going to give you guys a real quick rundown, okay? I promise it won't take that long. Unless you want me to dive into a deep, deep side quest. All right, so I was 14 years old. Right, you guys kind of know how I grew up, kind of raised myself. Bada boom, bada bing, that whole thing. My very first job, right? You can't work anywhere in the United States, or at that time you couldn't work anywhere before you were 15, right? Like maybe odd jobs or like with your parents or something like that. I had none, and I had to find a job because I had no parents, and I had bills I had to pay, right? So I worked on a chicken farm. I had a little neighbor kid that lived down the street from me. He was around the same age. I think he was like 13, like a year younger. And he had money. And I went, I was like, hey, like, what's up? Like, what are you doing? You know, like, where do you work? How are you making your money? You know, and he was like, oh, I work on a chicken farm with my grandpa. You know, and I was like, oh, really? You know, what goes into that? And he basically was like, well, you know, I just feed the farm animals and do this and that. And I was like, well, are you guys hiring? And he's like, I can probably get you a job, right? And so, lo and behold, he got me a job, right? I worked Saturdays and Sundays and at a chicken farm. Now, the farm was mainly chickens, but there was all types of animals there, right? There was This is where, if you guys heard me tell the story about the big-ass wild turkey that used to chase me, it was at this place, right? So there was goats, there was turkeys, there was rabbits, there was guineas, there was a lot of smaller farm animals, right? There was, I think there was donkeys, and then they had some cows and stuff, but I didn't really do anything with the cows. Mainly, the chickens were the main thing, right? So I would go in Saturday morning. I would work all day Saturday, and I would work, I think it was like 2 8-hour shifts. So it wasn't a whole lot, but when I was 14, it was a lot. And I think I made maybe $60 to $75 a weekend, so maybe $300 a month. And it was hard work. I would get there, and I would have to go to the feed barn. Like, if you know what animal feed is, it's like little small granules, and I would have to shovel 5-gallon buckets. So I'd probably have to fill up probably 20 to 30 5-gallon buckets of animal feed, right? And then I would load them in a John Deere Gator. Does everybody know what those are? I know Frank does. I know Frank knows what a John Deere Gator is. My man's from the South. Not that that's a good thing, Frank. Don't get too excited because I said it that way. John Deere Gator, one of these. I drove one like this. Oh, you guys can't see that. My picture's in the way. I was pointing at that one. Not really. Look like this, just like this one, right? It's a little go-kart truck, essentially, right? I would load up my buckets of feed in the back of this son of a bitch, and I would drive that around the farm. And I would have to go into, they had this old house on the property that was abandoned, and it was full of chickens, right? The chickens were in cages that were stacked up on top of each other, and I had to feed the chickens. And then I would go around and I would feed all the other animals. Now, there's too many stories here, right? So the whole reason I'm telling this story is because chickens are disgusting, right? Like, if you ever smelled a chicken farm, you know that smell. I would come home every single day smelling like that. So I got this iPad here to illustrate a picture for you guys. Okay, give me just a second. Oh, don't want that. Give me a second. I got to get something to draw with here. Okay, this is good enough. This will work. Okay. All right. So, this square, right? This is a top-down view of a chicken cage. That's going to be hard as hell to see. Damn it. Give me a minute. Maybe if I... Okay. You see that? Top-down view of a chicken cage, okay? Now, these little hatch marks that I'm going to put are essentially... well, I won't put hatch marks. I'm going to draw another red square around it. Okay? Now, this little red square around this, I'll show you guys in just a second, is the trough. Okay? This is a top-down view, remember? So this is a trough. See that red square around there? That's a little trough that goes around the cage. Okay? So, this is how all of these cages worked. And these guys had hundreds of these cages. They were like stacked on top of each other, probably 5 stacked high, and then just hundreds of them in this house. And let me get something here. Okay, I'm trying not to be too anal about what I'm using here. Okay, all right. Now, inside that there was chickens. All right, these are chickens. Let me draw them and then I'll show them to you. I may have told this story before, but I tell it every chance I can get. All right, so you see... Oh, God, you can't see this at all. All right, you see those yellow dots? You can't see those yellow dots. Son of a bitch. Why can't this be easy? Okay. Hang on. Changing the color. Okay, you see those black dots? Those are chickens, right? So these guys, they overstuffed these cages so much, okay, that they were jammed packed full of I don't know, probably 100 chickens in each cage, right? Now, the problem here is, right, they're jam-packed like that, okay? They were so overstuffed that when I would put food in the trough around the edges, right, the chickens only next to the trough could eat, right? So the chickens in the center would eat the second ring of chickens. So the chickens that are all the way in the middle, right here, right? All those chickens in the second ring couldn't get to the food. So what they would do is they would eat all the chickens that were in the second ring. Those on the thick line. So the ones on the outside got to eat the chicken feed. The ones in the center would eat the ones in the middle, but the ones in the center still couldn't move. They could eat, so they would stay alive, but since they couldn't move because they were so overstuffed, their legs would break, and they would have all types of issues, you know, and they would eventually just die. So you'd have all of these dead chickens on the inside. Moral of the story is chickens are cannibals. But this was a common occurrence because they couldn't get to the outside ring, right? And they'll eat each other. So chicken farm was disgusting, right? These guys probably should have been shut down. Me at 14 years old had no clue about anything. But you'd be surprised what type of regulations there are for stuff like that. There are none, essentially. Now, I would go around and I would feed everything. Second story here is the wild turkey. I don't know if they're Rhode Island Reds or not. Yet they were all types of turkeys, or all types of chickens. I have no clue. Now, the second story here is about the wild turkey. So there was this big enclosure, and I don't know why they had a wild turkey in a cage, right? 2x4, chicken wire. This thing was big as hell. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a wild turkey. I don't know if you got these in Australia. Probably not, but they're big. I would have to go in the cage to feed this wild turkey and put food in its dish. And I would drive my little John Deere Gator, my little cart up there, right? And back it up to the door because this thing was mean. Wild turkeys will hiss at you. They'll flap their wings. They'll get real big. And they're not scared of you. They come at you to intimidate you. And one time, this thing was super aggressive. Normally, I could go in there and I could kind of just like push my foot out or put my arm out, hurry and dump the food and run out of there. Well, one time it was being super aggressive. I went in there, tried to dump its food, and this thing got the jump on me, right? Like it knew I was fucking coming, got the jump on me, fluffed up, and started running at me. And I was in the cage, right? And I couldn't get out fast enough. So I threw the fucking bucket in there, and I ran out of the cage, and they just had like these little like latches, right? Like these little metal latches that went in the little eyelet to lock, you know, keep the animals from leaving. And so I didn't lock that because I was fucking frightened. The turkey comes out of the cage, right? And I'm hopping in my little cart, and I'm taking off in my cart, and I shit you not, it is reminiscent of the Jurassic Park Jeep T-Rex scene where they're driving and the fucking T-Rex is chasing them. That wild turkey chased the shit out of me while I was driving across the farm in this John Deere Gator, running for my life. Now, it may sound dumb, it may sound ridiculous, but if you've never seen a wild turkey, these things are absolutely incredibly scary. Frank knows. Let me show you. Let's just back it up real quick. We got one more movie trailer to watch, and then we'll pick out a movie. But I just want to show you guys a wild turkey. Let's YouTube wild turkey attack and see what happens. Let's see. Is there any videos out here? These motherfuckers are mean. Oh, have you seen the video? It just popped up on YouTube of the guy with the bull in his car. Exactly, Frank. Thanksgiving for real. Have you guys seen this? Hang on. Sorry, this is side questing. This is a whole nother. This is America right here. So this is why the rest of the world I think, wonders what the fuck we got going on over here in our country, because look at this. Okay, look at this.
Around 10 a.m., the Norfolk Police Division responded to a call of a man driving eastbound on 275 with a Watusi bull in his passenger seat.
The officers received a call reference a car driving into town that had a cow in it.
Look at all the shit all over the car.
They thought that it was going to be, like a calf, something smaller, something that actually fit inside the vehicle.
And the vehicle was big enough. Well, technically.
As a result, the officer performed a traffic stop and addressed some traffic violations that
the bull's just shitting all over the car.
With that particular situation.
The occupant of the vehicle was identified as Lee Meyer of Neely. The Watusi bull's name was Howdy Doody. He was immediately pulled over by Norfolk police, and they performed a routine traffic stop.
The officer wrote him some warnings. There were some citable issues with that situation. The officer chose to write him a warning and ask him to take the animal back home and to leave the city.
Meyer and Howdy Doody.
Listen, if he's treating that bull right, more power to him. But, I would hate to be driving behind him because you saw how much bull crap was all over the back of that car. Yeah, but see, this is like, I think what other places in the world see America as, and they just like, yeah, those guys, they're fucked. But yeah. Old Howdy Doody. Okay. All right, so, let me see. I don't even remember. Turkey attack. I'm not going to bore you guys with that. Wild turkeys, they're mean as hell. Let's go ahead and let's move over to the last trailer we have here. I don't even think we have a trailer for it, but we'll talk about it because if you guys know me, you know I'm a sucker for nostalgia, right? There are some movies that aren't universally regarded as good, but they'll always be good in my heart, right? And if you know me, right, then you'll know that this next movie is one that I hold near and dear to my heart. And we could talk about why. I've talked about it 1,000,001 times, but I'm talking about none other than I Know What You Did Last Summer. Right? So you've probably heard me talk about this, unless you drown me out when I talk, like most people do. I Know What You Did Last Summer. This movie came out at a certain time in my life. I snuck in the theater to see this movie. It has always just been one of those movies for me. Is it great? Not really, right? I still know what you did last summer, and I know what you did last summer. They're not great, right? But they hit me in the feels at the right time in my life, and they're just fun. Right? They're just fun, summertime, mindless horror. And they just do it for me. So there was a series that came out for I Know What You Did Last Summer a couple years back. Actually, when I very first started this YouTube channel. And I reviewed it and I was like, oh, this might be good. It was not. I watched 1.5 episodes and it was the dumbest shit ever. This, though, is not a series. This isn't related to that. This is its own thing. And it is a remake. There's not a trailer for it, but I still want to talk about it because we're here. So a group of friends is terrorized by a stalker who knows about a gruesome incident from their past, right? Directed by Jennifer Caton Robinson, written by Louise Duncan, Jeff Howard, and Sam Lansky, and it stars Jennifer Love Hewitt, right, who starred in the original, Gnarly, Madeline Klein, Nicholas Alexander Chavez, and this is expected July 18th, 2025. What better time to kick off summer than a corny-ass summer horror movie like this, right? So going down, there's a couple pictures we'll look at, but Jennifer Love Hewitt comes back as Julie James, right? That's her character that she plays in the original film, so I'm interested to see, is this continuing the story? Is this a remake? Is this a retelling? We'll look a little bit further on that in just a second. You got Freddie Prinze Jr., who plays Ray Bronson, so Freddie Prinze Jr.'s back. And I don't see any of the other people coming back, so, you know, whatever. Let's see. Okay, so this is a sequel. So this isn't even a remake, right? I guess is what this says. So get the hell out of here. All right, so September 23rd, 2024 is officially announced that Freddie Prinze Jr. had signed on to reprise his role as Ray Bronson in the new sequel. So this says sequel. I haven't heard that it was a direct sequel yet, but sick. It was reported in 2014 that director Mike Flanagan and writer Jeff Howard were developing a reboot of I Know What You Did Last Summer from 1997. In a 2006 episode of Shockwave's podcast, Flanagan said the film would not have any connection to the 73 novel or the 97 film, and the scope of the films necessitated an estimated budget of 15 to 20 million, and that eventually fell through, and instead they did that TV series in 2021 I was just talking about. Jennifer Caton Robinson stated the movie would not ignore the events of I Still Know What You Did Last Summer from 1998. Okay. And Brandy, the singer, Brandy Norwood, who played Carla in I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, wanted to reprise her role in the sequel. Apparently they said no, because I'm not seeing her on the cast. Let me see. So, being set in the U.S., filming took place entirely in Sydney, Australia. So, shout out to Australia. Interesting tidbit. So, Da Vinci Code. Let me see. Okay, so this looks, like I said, all right, so this appears that it's going to be a sequel. I was under the impression it was going to be a remake, so I'm even more stoked on it now that it's a sequel, right? Love it or hate it, this to me is a great series of movies. I think it's a lot of fun. Let's look at who the director is, because I don't know who Jennifer Caton Robinson is. Thor, Love and Thunder. All right, so she wrote Thor, Love and Thunder, Sweet Vicious, Do Revenge, and Someone Great. All right, so she's got Thor, Love and Thunder, which I know is a bigger movie. I don't know these other ones, so whatever. Good for her. So I'm stoked on this. This is something that I'll be talking about as it gets closer and we start seeing trailers drop for it. This movie, has one of the best opening credit scenes ever. I talk about it a lot. It's where the camera is panning over the water. It's that helicopter shot, and then you have Summer Breeze by Typo Negative playing, right? It's just one of the coolest freaking opening sequences ever. You guys know what I'm talking about, and if you want, I'll play it for you, just so we can watch it together. Real quick. Just because it's one of my favorite film opening moments. Because their song choice of Typo Negative, Summer Breeze, just hits right on this opening. All right, here we go.
If you have lots of readings
oh gosh,
to do,
of course
not
it's gonna be an
just
ad.
for your essays, but for studying in general,
Of course.
you can just copy and paste the whole thing into Grammarly, then ask it.
So here's the opening. You guys remember this? It just says summer, right? Just has that summer feel to it. Summer horror. Love it. So this was shot, the bulk of this movie was shot relatively close to me. right? About 5 hours for me. This was not. There's nowhere that looks like this in North Carolina. This shot was most definitely not, but the bulk of this movie, everything else, was shot relatively close to me in Southport, North Carolina. And it's pretty cool because last summer, the summer before last summer, we went around and we visited a lot of the filming locations for this movie. Had I been doing Cinema Creep then, I would have probably took some video and uploaded it to the channel. Yeah, you could do that intro way cheaper now with a drone. Probably cost them so much money. Not to mention Typo Negative, which is still a huge band now, but in 97 they were like on top of the world. So paying to get the rights for that, plus calling in a helicopter just for that like 2-minute long shot, crazy. Let me see. So Frank wants to know, which one do I like more? I Know What You Did Last Summer or original I Still Know. So I've got to say I like the original, this one, I Know What You Did Last Summer, even though I really love I Still Know, because I'm a fan of like destination horror, right? So destination horror being like the main characters start somewhere and then they travel, right? So if you guys know, and I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, they win that radio contest and they go to that island, and that's where like Jack Black is and all that, and that's where you've got the Hook Man and all that stuff happening there, right? Because it's a whole setup of how they win the radio contest, how they get to the island to be killed. Now, I like the original better just because to me, this is the one, you know, like I said, that really has the nostalgia value. The other one has a little bit, right? But this one was just, I don't know, for some reason, just hard pressed in my memory. I don't know why. So let me see. Memory. I did retrieve my drone. It is safe and sound. And it's right over there. So, I had this issue. So I don't know if you guys know this. Some of you may, some of you may not. I fly drones, right? I have a couple of them. Well, I have 3 of them. And what Memory is referring to is sometime last year. I think it was last year. I wrecked it and lost it and had to traverse through a hillside in the thorns in the middle of the night. I had to go buy a $60 flashlight to try and find this drone. I couldn't find it, and it was a whole ordeal over on my other YouTube channel, and I found it. I found it eventually, and it was a journey. So the stupidity that is showcased here on Cinema Creep follows me through my entire life. You better fly that drone, Memory. Mini 4K is a beast. I need to get out and fly my drones. I don't do nothing. Don't freaking do nothing anymore. But yeah. So I Know What You Did Last Summer remake. Or sequel, not remake. So as it gets closer, we're going to dive deeper into that. You know, whether it be trailer reviews, trailer reactions, we're going to get hardcore on it. So if there's a trailer that we didn't talk about, or there's a trailer that you want me to dissect a little bit more in its own video, feel free to throw that in chat, or feel free to, you know, comment on any of the community posts or any of the videos, right? Or even if you follow me over on Patreon, right? You can direct message me there. You know, you don't have to sign up for a dollar amount over there. The dollar amount does help, right? Helps a lot because none of my videos are monetized, because I get demonetized for every little thing because YouTube hates me. So that little bit, you know, does help. Hard Eyes, we're going to watch that trailer. I'll play that before we get off stream. But you can go over there and you can sign up for free, you know. And then I think maybe you still have access to DM me. So there's that option. Yeah, you can't have good stories without doing dumb shit. I've got a lot of stories because I've done a lot of dumb shit. Like, a lot. Let's watch the Hard Eyes trailer. And then we'll pick us a movie. And then we'll part ways for a couple days until Tuesday. I know you guys are sad about it. I'm sad about it too. I really do look forward to hanging out with you guys and streaming on Tuesdays and Fridays. Alright, so here's the Hard Eyes trailer. Let's actually look at the IMDb first. That way, we can put some context on this. Alright, so this one's coming out soon, right? Yeah. Alright, so here's a Valentine's Day horror movie that's coming out. Hard Eyes, 2025, rated R, 1 hour and 30 minutes. I like the poster here. It says Romance is Dead, Hard Eyes, exclusively in theaters in February. Alright, so this is a slasher horror, a whodunit, a comedy, a horror, and a mystery. Alright, so for the past several years, the Hard Eyes Killer has wreaked havoc on Valentine's Day by stalking and murdering romantic couples. This Valentine's Day, no couple is safe. Wow. I malfunctioned in real time just now. Okay, so like I said, it releases February 17th. So you got a couple weeks. It's going to be in theaters. This is directed by Josh Rubin, written by Philip Murphy, Christopher Landon, and Michael Kennedy. This stars Jordana Brewster, Devin Sawa. If you guys remember Devin Sawa from our teenage years, our young adult years, right? He was one of those heartthrobs from Casper, Idle Hands, Final Destination, Now and Then. My sister had major hots for him. I'm sure my wife did too at one time. He was in the Chucky TV series as of recently. You know, this was what young ladies, right? You know, they were a fan of Devin Sawa, sort of like Josh Hartnett. What's that other guy? What is the other guy? I don't know. There was a couple guys. I had an older sister who would never shut up about him. Anyways, Devin Sawa. He's a good actor. You know, I'm glad that he's making his comeback in movies as of lately. Looks like he's been doing a lot of stuff. Because it felt like he went away for a while, but I guess he didn't. I think he was just doing some shit. It is 4:06 a.m. here. So I am getting tired, but we're bringing it to a close. All right, so let's go back. Let's look at the director, Josh Rubin. Just judging by this picture, I like this guy. I don't know who he is. Oh, shit, he did Werewolves Within. Werewolves Within is a low-key banger of a movie. If you haven't seen Werewolves Within, I implore you to watch this ASAP. This one is a lot of freaking fun. Scare Me. I don't know about this one. I don't think I've seen this. And look, he was Brad in the Creep Tapes. Did anybody finish the Creep Tapes? I know some of you guys don't have Shudder. But the Creep Tapes is really good. It's on Shudder. Shit, I'm clicking on a bunch of stuff. I was trying to just blow it up for you guys to be able to see better. Yeah, but so he did Werewolves Within. Really, really good movie. That's probably why he has werewolf hands on in this picture. Josh Rubin. Cool, so I'm even more stoked on this now because I like that guy. So let's go over to YouTube. We'll watch the trailer over here. And here's Hard Eyes.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch.
past 2 years, a masked maniac known as the Hard-Eyes Killer has stalked,
hunted,
and brutally slain couples on Valentine's Day.
With no motive yet uncovered.
This is more than just murder. He's like Cupid with a kink.
We're being chased by a fucking serial killer.
Hey, you good?
Yeah. He's gonna keep killing people.
Yeah, that's that guy from
We ended
Scream.
here.
The newer Scream.
Hey, come on.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy V-Day!
Get killed, all right?
What was...
Why would he say that?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right, so Frank mentioned something to me, so I'm gonna have to make a whole video on this for the channel. So, but I'm gonna give you guys my thoughts here too. So this looks really good, in my opinion, right? So this, of course, has sort of like the really polished modern day horror stuff, right? YouTube was trying to shut me down for this. They were giving me warnings. But I gotta say, even with it being extremely polished, extremely just like, I'm trying to think of the right word to say it, commercialized horror, this looks really good. So just based upon the trailer, I'm going to say 4.5 out of 5 creeps, right? I wish I wouldn't have watched the entire trailer just because I feel like it gave a lot of the cool shit away in it. The mask is really, really cool. I think Jet mentioned that. You know, the mask, I think, in theory, could have been really, really dumb looking or really cool. And somehow they pulled off a mask with hard eyes and made it look cool, right? Just like Scream, or just like My Bloody Valentine, right? Like this sort of has that same feeling, right? Obviously, My Bloody Valentine being Valentine's, this being Valentine's, this sort of has sort of a Ghostface type slasher type story feel to it, right? Probably because it's from the producers of Scream. I think this looks like this will be a whole lot of fun, and this will be really good. And we have some horror movies that take place on Valentine's Day, but I don't think we have any that are modern day bangers. Like, when I think of Valentine's Day horror, I just go to My Bloody Valentine, the original, right? And like Frank said, I think he mentioned this to me on Tuesday, right, during the game stream. I think he mentioned this trailer and then mentioned that it had a callback to the 2003 Texas Chainsaw remake kill, which is one of my favorite kills out of all horror movie history, where the girl, the hitchhiker girl, puts the gun in her mouth, blows her brains out, and then the camera pans through her head and back out of the back of the van as the rest of the teenagers in the van freak out, right? And then you see like the smoke from the wound coming out of her lips, right? It's just insane. One of my favorite shots of horror ever. And it was in the 2003 remake Texas Chainsaw. This kind of played and paid homage to that, right? When you saw the girl's head go through that, it looked like the handle of the sword or whatever it was, right? But it put a hole all the way through her skull, and then the camera went through it, right? Just gnarly. Such a cool shot, right? So Frank, yeah, just a cool shot. Now, it's hard to watch trailers. It's hard to watch trailers that are over a minute long, right? So you've probably heard me say it, and I'll say it again. I think the perfect trailer length is anywhere from a minute to a minute 30, you know? And as a filmmaker, right, don't show all your cards. You know what I mean? You got to leave some surprises. You got to leave some shock in the movies. Just show enough, right, to get ass in seats if you have a theatrical release, but don't show too much, right? Because like I say, when you show too much, all the cool parts I've already seen, and then I'm just bored in the movie theater in between all the cool parts that I've already seen, right? And I already know what's going to happen. Like that one girl, I know she dies. You know what I mean? Like, that other girl dies, right? 2 girls die in a van. I already know that's going to happen. So when that scene's coming up, unless it's just like at the beginning of the movie, it's like, oh, well, don't want to get too attached to this character because I already know they've got it coming to them. So this looks really good. Like I said, 4.5 out of 5 creeps. For me, I'll probably review this on the channel next week. I'll do an entire episode, trailer trash episode, breaking this down because there's other things that I want to talk about here too, but I want to save it for that video. So Frank says, like seeing movies like Thanksgiving and Hard Eyes coming out instead of remake after remake, and I agree with you, right? Eli Roth's Thanksgiving movie was good. You know what I mean? It could have been better, in my opinion. I love Eli Roth as a writer, director, filmmaker. You know, I think he is a wealth of filmmaking and horror knowledge. But Thanksgiving was a lot of fun. I just had higher expectations for it, right? I probably would have given it like a 4 out of 5 creeps, and I wanted to give it like a glowing review, like a 5 out of 5. And this will be fun. Hands down, at the very least, it would be worth my money going to the theaters to see. I probably won't. I'll probably end up waiting till streaming. Because the theater that's down the road from me, the one that's close, is only a 2-screen theater. So unless they decide to pick up this on one of their screens, I would have to drive 20 minutes to the next closest one. And then if that doesn't play it, I would have to drive 45 minutes to an hour to the bigger theater that plays like some of the limited release stuff, which the last thing I drove an hour to see was Quentin Tarantino's The Hateful Eight 35mm print when that was screened, when that very first came out. And that was wild. It had to be something special like that for me to drive an hour to see it. Anyhow, let's see if we can quickly find us a movie to watch for the week. So we're gonna go to Tubi, and I know I hate it if you can't in Australia or the UK, have access to the same stuff. Let's see if we can all have the same thing, same access to the same movies. All right, so here's Tubi. Let's see what's on here. See what we can find that we can all watch, that we can talk about next week on the Friday Night Creep Show. If you guys... Is this the original? No, this is the 2009. Camp Blood Clown Shark. All right, if you guys see anything that looks like it is something you want to watch, something you want other people to see, throw it out there. It doesn't have to be on Tubi, as long as it is something that is free somewhere that we can all watch. That way nobody has to buy anything. Unless you guys want to spend some money. And then I could tell you some other things to watch. Good Manners. What is this? No, thank you. That looks like shite. Let me see here. All right, Silverbat, do you have your Tubi pulled up? Are you capable of pulling Tubi up while watching? Because I want to see if whatever we pick, if you have access to it. I know me, Frank, and Nick, and Jet should, and then Memory. I don't know if you're able to. If you have access to Tubi, or if you have access to the same stuff that American Tubi has, or if you VPN it. Okay, so has anybody or everybody seen The Mutilator? I've seen this. This to me is one of my underrated horror movies. Has anybody seen this other than me? Because this is a movie I would recommend. The Mutilator. Scroll back down. Let me catch back up to where we were. Okay, so yeah, you got Surfshark VPN. I keep thinking about getting a VPN, but Velocipaster. I've still never watched this. All right, so now we're caught back up to where we were. All right, so does anybody have anything they want to mention? Or you guys want me to just pick something here? Because I'm good either way. All right, I'm going to scroll back up. Yeah, I need to see Velocipaster. For some reason, I've just kind of put it off. Okay. All right, so that works for me. Can Silverbat see if you have access to the Mutilator? Doom Asylum's fun. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this one. It's stupid, but it's fun. Obviously, The Prowler's a classic. Pieces is a classic. I don't think I've seen The Slayer or Blood Theater. Maybe I've seen this one. I would have to look at it. All right, so waiting to see if Silverbat has access to the Mutilator. Wow. Wow. How did I spell that? So this was filmed also in North Carolina, where I'm at, a couple hours away. Pretty sure this was filmed in Wilmington, North Carolina. Looks like you can get it. Sweet. All right, so The Mutilator it is. It is a funny, well, not super funny, but it's got some dark comedy. It is a good slasher horror movie. They're supposed to be remaking this, I thought. Yeah, I thought they were remaking this. Is there any news or anything down here? Okay. So you've never checked out Tubi before? Memory? Yeah, Tubi is got a treasure trove of horror movies. This is from 1984, and the synopsis is: a college student who accidentally killed his mother as a child decides to take his friends to his father's fishing cabin during fall break, not knowing that his crazed father is stalking the place. So, The Mutilator it is. And I'll post that up in the community post tab in case you guys forget. And I'm going to try and whip up something, right, to where I'm going to try and whip up something for our film club review section of the live stream. So we'll be back here next Friday, right? We'll be back here. Like I said, consistency is the word of 2025 for me. So I'm going to try not to miss these Friday night creep shows and try and watch this because we're going to talk about it. This one I'll actually make sure I have watched before then. And we'll spend some time going through it, talking about what we liked, what we didn't like, all that good stuff. I've seen it before. If you haven't seen it before, you're in for a treat. That would be awesome. I don't even have that mask. I wish I had the mask from The Butcher, my short film. I think the other guy kept it. I hope they got it. That was an expensive freaking mask. A lot of stuff walked off that set, and I don't know where it went. A lot of my equipment and little doodads and things went missing. But you know, tis the world of filmmaking, Memory. So, I guess with that, looks like Memory's gonna go do some gaming. He's gonna play Witcher 3 after the stream. Anybody have any big plans for the weekend before we part ways? Anybody have anything awesome going on? Me, I am working the next 3 days, and trying not to freeze in the frozen tundra that is my state. Like I said, it's going to get down to 9 degrees, 11 degrees, and I think 13 degrees. I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So it's going to be frosty out there. Other than that, you know, Angels and Demons. Nice. So having a movie night. Keep that fireplace going. Stay warm. You know, eat some good snacks. Eat some food. Yeah, I don't. That's one of the biggest things about YouTube for me is my work days, which are Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It is with drive time, it's a 14-hour work day. I have nothing to do. Like, not nothing to do. I'm incapable of doing anything other than going to work for 3 days. Because my whole work week is pushed into 3 days, which is cool because a lot of people don't get that. Like, I get just 4 days off, which is sick. But the 3 days pushed together every week is like my life is erased for 3 days because all I have time for is work. So it'd be a lot easier to prepare for things for Cinema Creep during the week if I worked a normal work schedule where I had a little bit of, you know, time after work to like come home, hang out with the family for a couple hours, do some Cinema Creep stuff, and then go to bed, then go to work. No, it's like come home, clean up, go straight to bed, wake up, go straight to work. And it's like, you know. Well, Jet, I hope you feel better. You know, try not to breathe in any of that nasty, smoggy air that you got going around outside your door. Foster cat monopolized the fire, tail swinging slowly. Yeah. So you got a cat that just laying there, loving the fireplace. Oh, Milo. 30 degrees tomorrow, not moving. So, yeah. So it's a good indoor day for you. I'm sure Frank will be up to some shenanigans, whether he's inside or outside. I just feel like Frank is going to be up to no good somewhere. Nick, if you're out there still, if you're not out there still, shout out to you. I hope you're going to have a good weekend. You know, and I implore all of you guys, since you're talking about cats, do something spooky. Turn all the lights out, like before you're going to bed. Walk around. Maybe not to the foster cat. The foster cat's been through a lot. You know, and creep through the house like you're Bela Lugosi. Everybody do that tonight before you go to bed. I'm going to do it here in like 45 minutes before I go to bed. I'm going to turn all the lights out. And I'm going to creep around like I'm Bela Lugosi. And I'm going to scare either my wife, I'm going to scare one of the 4 cats, I'm going to scare Simon, I'm going to scare my son if he happens to wake up and I'm standing in the dark room, or I'm going to scare myself. Somebody's getting scared. Because that's the way it goes around the Cinema Creep household. Somebody's getting scared. So, you guys just know here in about 45 minutes, you know, I'm going to be creeping around my house in the dark. So just go ahead and get a visual image of that, of how much of a loser I am, because that's what's going to be happening. After, you know, this is after I raid the refrigerator, though. I got to go find something to eat. I do have some Hot Pockets, and I do have some canned pineapple in the cupboard that I might just shove them in there. Just standing in the darkness, Frank. Eating my homemade pineapple Hot Pocket concoction. It's enough to scare anybody. My wife will come in and I'll just be, you know, the glow from the street lights outside, just side lighting the side of my face, and I'll just be sitting there going to town on my Hot Pocket. Silverbat, appreciate you hanging out. Don't forget the mutilator. And so, Jet, if you're bored on Tuesdays, Silverbat, if you're bored on Tuesdays, I will be here live streaming on Tuesdays. I know you guys aren't video game people, but Frank will be here probably. Memory might be here. Nick will be here. A couple people will be here. Come talk horror. I think we might play a horror game. So, well, we normally always do, but I think we're going to play probably Resident Evil 7. So we're going to be playing some horror shit. And then you can come back and you can talk about horror movies or just hang out if you get bored. Pop in, say hey, leave, or don't come at all. It's okay too. But I'll be here on Tuesday night for Gruesome Game Night. And if I don't see you guys till next Friday, you know, have a safe week. I appreciate all of you guys. Hot Pockets do love to burn my mouth, and I ain't waiting for him to cool down. A toy Lassie dog. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes those owners come back. So we played Cyberpunk last week. We're going to break it up. We're going to play something else, Silverbat. We'll probably play, like I said, Resident Evil 7. And we'll venture back to Cyberpunk at some point. Cyberpunk was a lot of fun. Is a lot of fun. I didn't finish it, but I will. All right, guys. I appreciate all of you. As always, stay creepy. Oh, man, my Game Boy almost... I sound like such an adult child. My Game Boy almost fell.